Chapter 1790. However, in the face of Zhuge Mingyang's divine power, Qin Feiyang remained motionless. What's going on? Could it be that he has some amazing means? Seeing this, second grandpa looked at Lu Zheng and asked, "Let's wait and see." Lu Zheng laughed. Boom. The grayish-white divine power drowned Qin Feiyang. He didn't dodge. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. But when the divine power dissipated, Qin Feiyang's body didn't have any fatal wounds at all. How could this be? Zhuge Mingyang's eyes widened in anger. It seems that you're really angry. Back then, we ate the giant python's divine meat and drank its divine blood together. Do you know the giant python's cultivation level? You don't, but I do. It has a perfected god of war. It's easy to imagine how much benefit its flesh and blood can bring to us. Qin Feiyang said. Perfected god of war. Second grandpa and the others were shocked. Fourth grandpa asked, Zheng is what he said true? It's true. I was also there at that time. The divine beast's flesh and blood tasted really good. Lu Zheng laughed. The three of them were shocked. What exactly did you experience in the divine sight? They even ate the divine beast of a perfected god of war. This group of kids is really crazy. High in the sky. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Zhuge Mingyang was stunned and laughed. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. But I think I also ate it. My physical body is not inferior to yours. In other words, the final winner of this battle is still me. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and used teleportation. He rushed forward and punched Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang punched. The two fists met and both of them were knocked back at the same time. The strength and power of their physical bodies were indeed neck and neck. Swish. Following closely, the two of them attacked each other at the same time. Bang! Bang! A fierce battle immediately unfolded. Every punch landed on flesh. A terrifying power roared between heaven and earth. The void and the earth were collapsing and sinking. The emperor smiled and said, judging from the current situation, Feiyang definitely has the strength to fight Zhuge Mingyang. No. Emperor Hong shook his head. What is it? Could it be that Feiyang is still not a match for Zhuge Mingyang after activating the Eye of Heaven? The emperor was bewildered. No. What I mean is that the outcome of this battle is already decided. Zhuge Mingyang will definitely lose. Emperor Hong laughed. The emperor heaved a sigh of relief. Zhuge Mingyang's strongest move is his innate ability. Now that the innate superpower has been broken, it no longer poses a threat. Next, it will be a battle between the divine arts and the divine power. Although Zhuge Mingyang's divine power is stronger than Feiyang's divine arts are much stronger than Zhuge Mingyang's. Emperor Hong said. How strong? The emperor was curious. Strong enough to make you despair. In short, the strongest person in our great Qin lineage is Feiyang. He has become the true pillar of our great Qin. Emperor Hong smiled with relief. The pillar of great Qin, the emperor murmured, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, Feiyang, you are father's pride, father is proud of you. Emperor Hong frowned again and said, but until now, I still have a question that I haven't thought of. What question? The emperor was suspicious. Lu family's fourth son's divine phoenix power can compete with Zhuge Mingyang's divine power. But why is Feiyang's divine dragon power inferior to Zhuge Mingyang's divine power? Logically speaking, the divine power condensed from the purple gold dragon qi should also be able to reach this level. It should even be stronger. Emperor Hong frowned, his expression full of confusion. Because of the blood of the true phoenix. Fourth grandpa's voice suddenly sounded. Blood of the true phoenix. Emperor Hong and the emperor looked at fourth grandpa, their brows full of suspicion. Although bloodline atavism can make our talent better, in order to make our divine power stronger, we must fuse with the blood of the true phoenix, and only by fusing with the blood of the true phoenix can we be considered to have completely atavism. Fourth grandpa said. Emperor Hong said, in other words, Feiyang still has to fuse with the blood of the true dragon? Yes. And it must be the blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. But in today's world, even a divine dragon is hard to find, let alone a purple gold divine dragon. Fourth Grandpa sighed. The blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. Emperor Hong and the Emperor looked at each other, a hint of suspicion flashing in their eyes. The Emperor looked at Fourth Grandpa and asked, "Then where did you get the blood of the true phoenix?" "It was left behind by my Lu family's ancestor. There was only one drop. Originally, we planned to leave it to Jiojin, but although his talent is amazing, his bloodline power has not atavism." Fourth Grandpa said regretfully. "So that's how it is." The Emperor muttered. When Lu Zheng heard this, he turned to look at the three grandpas and said, "What about me? If there are benefits, you can't just think about Big Brother. You." The three of them glanced at Lu Zheng. Second Grandpa shook his head and said, "Forget it, you can only be like this for the rest of your life. We have never expected you to become someone like your cousin and your big brother." My temper. Lu Zheng's nose was crooked from anger, and he said angrily, "Even if you are elders, I will not forgive you." The three of them rolled their eyes. The Emperor looked at Emperor Hong and said with a smile, "Grandfather, it seems that the thing that great-grandfather left behind back then was prepared for descendants like Fei Yang who had atavism." Emperor Hong was Qin Fei Yang's great-grandfather, so he was naturally the Emperor's grandfather. And the great-grandfather that the Emperor mentioned was undoubtedly Emperor Hong's father, Emperor Qin. "That's right. I didn't understand before, and I didn't take it seriously. But after hearing Lu family's fourth son's words, I finally understand." Emperor Hong exhaled, looked at the Emperor, and said in a low voice, "Go and get the Imperial Jade Seal immediately." "How can I go now?" The Emperor smiled bitterly. His Qi Si had not been repaired, so he could not open the portal. Emperor Hong was stunned, shook his head, looked down at Second Grandpa, and said, "Second Grandpa Lu, let us enter the enchantment." "There's no other way. This enchantment, you can only leave, not enter," Second Grandpa said. "What?" Emperor Hong was surprised. "You can only leave, not enter." What should he do now? The Qi Si of the three of them was also destroyed. If he went to get the Imperial Jade Seal, the State Preceptor would definitely take the opportunity to attack the Emperor and the three of them. He could also take the Emperor and the three of them back to the Imperial Palace. But what about those Marquis and the Kirin army? As soon as he left, the State Preceptor would definitely take the opportunity to attack. Although these Marquis were not strong, they were the foundation of Great Qin. Once all the Marquis were killed, the order of Great Qin would be in chaos. Qin Sheng said suspiciously, "Emperor Hong, didn't you get a space divine object in the miracle?" "I did, but it was taken by the State Preceptor." Emperor Hong's expression was quite angry. Inner Demons Emperor Hong waved his hand and said, "You go get it, I'll protect them." "Can you do it alone?" Emperor Hong was stunned and asked. "Nonsense." Inner Demons Emperor Hong glared at him, snatched the heavenly great sword, and shouted, "Go." "Okay." Emperor Hong nodded, immediately opened a teleportation door, turned around, and rushed in. Seeing this, the State Preceptor's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. What was this old thing going to do? However, this was an opportunity. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he shouted, "Law enforcers, listen to my order, immediately kill those Marquis and the Kirin army." Hearing this order, a group of law enforcers looked at each other. Those Marquis and the Kirin army were also in a panic. The strength of the law enforcers, especially the law enforcers of the inner hall, far surpassed these Marquis and the Kirin army. Once they attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. "What? You dare to disobey my orders? Don't forget, you are all controlled by the Blood Soul technique." The State Preceptor turned to look at the law enforcers and shouted angrily. The law enforcers' eyes trembled. Boom! Immediately, waves of aura erupted. Thousands of law enforcers, majestically charged towards those Marquis and the Kirin army. "You all step back." Inner Demons Emperor Hong's eyes surged with killing intent, and with a wave of his hand, the Emperor and Qin Sheng immediately landed on the ground in the distance. Boom! Immediately after, Inner Demons Emperor Hong used teleportation, and charged towards those law enforcers. "Your opponent is this old man." The State Preceptor smiled coldly, and stood in front of Inner Demons Emperor Hong. His aura was like a rainbow. Get lost. Inner Demons Emperor Hong roared, the heavenly greatsword awakened, and slashed out. Humph. You are not the only one with a divine weapon. The state preceptor snorted, and with a wave of his old hand, a black sickle appeared. He grabbed the sickle, and divine power surged in. The sickle suddenly bloomed with a black light, like the sickle of a death god, and charged towards the heavenly greatsword. Clang! The two divine weapons met, and sparks flew. The sharpness was actually equally matched. That group of Marquis and the Kirin army, looking at those murderous law enforcers, had long been scared out of their wits. The law enforcers of the temple were originally a sharp blade, dedicated to eradicating dissidents for the emperor. In other words, they only obeyed the emperor. Of course, now they obeyed the state preceptor. For these cold-blooded and ruthless law enforcers, the entire court, civil and military officials, all respected them like gods. And the law enforcement hall was the nightmare of countless people, and they did not want to go in even if they died. So, at this moment, their hearts were filled with despair. Some of the more timid people were scared witless. Inner Demons Emperor Hong shouted, "Why are you still not running?" His voice was like a bell, shaking the sky. A group of Marquis and the Kirin army quivered, hurriedly opened the teleportation door, and fled in panic. Seeing this, Second Grandpa said in a deep voice, "Old Three, come with me to help." Third Grandpa nodded. "You are at least my great Qin's Marquis, to actually be so unbearable, what a joke." But at this time, Qin Feiyang's voice sounded. Everyone raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a divine seal appeared out of thin air. Perfect divine art, divine dragon seal. Zhuge Mingyang was sent flying on the spot, his body bleeding profusely. Following closely, Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at those law enforcers, his hands forming seals at lightning speed. One after another slavery seals appeared, like a meteor shower, flying towards the top of those law enforcers' heads. "This is not good. Ancestor, quickly cripple their bloodline power," Zhuge Mingyang shouted. The slavery seal could break the blood spirit technique. Once these law enforcers regained their freedom, it was very likely that they would immediately rebel. Although he had never put these law enforcers in his eyes, he could not let the great Qin Empire take advantage of them. Chapter 1791. Hearing this, the imperial tutor raised his head to look at those slave seals, and his face suddenly changed. He knew that the slave seals could break the blood soul technique. So even without Zhuge Mingyang's reminder, he knew what Qin Feiyang was going to do. He made a prompt decision. With a thought, he activated the blood soul technique. However, at this moment, the purple gold dragon soul roared at the imperial tutor, and the emperor prison instantly opened. The imperial tutor was immediately imprisoned in the void. And it was a complete imprisonment. Even the blood in his body stopped flowing. Even his mind fell into a blank. "You're courting death," Zhuge Mingyang roared, waving his big hand, and the heavenly demon's hand flew out, carrying a world-destroying ferocious power, and slapped towards the purple gold dragon soul. "Humph!" Qin Feiyang snorted disdainfully, and the divine dragon seal appeared again, blasting towards the heavenly demon's hand. There was no suspense. Facing a perfect divine art, it was completely crushed. The heavenly demon's hand shattered. Zhuge Mingyang was also sent flying, blood gushing out of his mouth. At the same time, those slave seals sank into the heads of those law enforcers, and screams resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang not only helped them break the blood soul technique, but also controlled them. These people were all the imperial tutor's subordinates. If he did not control them, he would not be at ease. And the inner demons Emperor Hong also seized the opportunity to revive the heavenly great sword, slashing towards the imperial tutor. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Just as Qin Feiyang broke the blood soul technique, the imperial tutor regained consciousness. Seeing the inner demons Emperor Hong's sword slashing towards him, his face suddenly changed. However, although he regained consciousness, his body could not move. He looked at the heavenly great sword in horror, his eyes full of despair. If this sword came down, wouldn't he be cut in half? At this critical moment, Zhuge Mingyang's eyes were gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, the heavenly demon flag appeared, and with a monstrous demonic power, it blasted into the Emperor prison. Catcher. The Emperor prison was actually shattered by the heavenly demon flag. The Imperial tutor immediately regained his freedom, and without hesitation, he hurriedly retreated. Puff! The heavenly great sword fell and blood splattered across the sky. On his chest, there was a wound so deep that his bones could be seen. However, the state preceptor was rejoicing. Fortunately, Zhuge Mingyang had intervened in time. Otherwise, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured him, it would have taken his life. However, although his life had been saved, his face was filled with disbelief as he looked up at the purple gold dragon soul. In the past, he had fought with Qin Feiyang and seen the Emperor Divine Prison, but he had never felt his mind go blank. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the Imperial advisor and said, "It seems like you have already discovered the changes in my Emperor Divine Prison. What's going on?" The Imperial Master said in a deep voice. "As you can see, my purple gold dragon soul has not only awakened the Eye of Heaven, but the Emperor Divine Prison has also undergone new changes. This change, I call it consciousness deprivation. In other words, not only can the Emperor Divine Prison imprison living beings, it can also strip away their consciousness. I think I don't need to tell you how terrifying it is to lose consciousness during a battle." Qin Feiyang said. Consciousness deprivation. The state preceptor's heart was in turmoil. Awakening the Eye of Heaven was already very shocking, but he didn't expect the Emperor Divine Prison to have such a terrifying ability. In the world today, who could be his opponent in the same realm? Consciousness deprivation, at the same time. When Zhuge Mingyang heard this, he also felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang didn't activate the Emperor Divine Prison when he fought with him. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard and suffered a great loss. He might even lose his life on the spot. However, now that he was prepared, there was nothing to be afraid of. Not to mention, he still had a trump card. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and the sky demon flag turned into a black light and returned to his side. The demonic aura spread in all directions. Sky demon flag. Qin Feiyang looked at the sky demon flag, his eyes flickering. This demonic item could instantly destroy the Emperor Divine Prison. It seemed that he couldn't underestimate it. Zhuge Mingyang laughed. "You probably don't know that the sky demon flag is a heaven-defying artifact. Do you think heaven-defying artifacts are cabbages?" Qin Feiyang sneered. Hee. Indeed, the sky demon flag hasn't reached the level of a heaven-defying artifact yet, but its power. Zhuge Mingyang waved his hand and divine power surged out and entered the sky demon flag. The sky demon flag buzzed and trembled. Roar. A gigantic demonic dragon suddenly roared as it appeared. The demonic dragon was blood red and its demonic aura shook the world. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced toward Qin Feiyang. Boom. Qin Feiyang didn't underestimate it. The divine dragon seal appeared and blasted toward the demonic dragon. Because of the aura emitted by the demonic dragon, even he couldn't help but feel flustered. Boom. The two behemoths collided, and the world suddenly lost its color. A destructive aura gushed out in all directions like a tidal wave. And under Qin Feiyang's shocked gaze, the divine dragon seal and the demonic dragon actually dissipated at the same time in the void. In other words, the power of the sky demon flag was completely on par with the divine dragon seal. The divine artifacts in the world are also divided into grades. Low-grade divine artifact, middle-grade divine artifact, high-grade divine artifact, supreme-grade divine artifact. This sky demon flag is a supreme-grade divine artifact. The power of a supreme-grade divine artifact is completely on par with a perfect divine art. Haha, are you surprised? You have a perfect divine art, the divine dragon secret art. I have a supreme-grade divine artifact, the sky demon flag. In today's battle, who will win and who will lose is still unknown. Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. Supreme-grade divine artifact, Qin Feiyang muttered. The divine artifact was divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade. The divine art was divided into low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and perfect. Indeed, as Zhuge Mingyang said, supreme-grade divine artifact was comparable to a perfect divine art. However, So what if it was a supreme-grade divine artifact? The means he displayed now were not even 1/5 of his peak state. Roar. His mind moved. A purple-gold divine dragon roared out. Divine dragon roar. Invisible sound waves, like a tide, drowned the void and rushed toward Zhuge Mingyang. It's useless. Zhuge Mingyang laughed and waved the sky demon flag. The wind whistled and swept across the sky. Among them, there were also roars, like the roars of ghosts, making one's scalp tingle. Rumble. The invisible sound waves and the whistling wind, the two collided wildly in the void, the destructive aura covering the sky and earth. The void was collapsing, the earth was sinking, it was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. The emperor looked at the battlefield in the sky and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect this Zhuge Mingyang to have such a terrifying demonic creature. It seems that your highness will be in a tough battle. Qin Sheng sighed. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang's means had become so strong that he would definitely be able to end the battle easily. But he didn't expect that Zhuge Mingyang's background was also so shocking. Sky Demon Flag. They had never seen a divine artifact of this level. Swish. It was also at this time. Emperor Hong returned, holding the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand. He specially ran back for the Imperial Jade Seal. The state preceptor was stunned. Lu Zheng, second grandpa, and the others also looked at Emperor Hong suspiciously. Emperor Hong glanced at the state preceptor, looked at the Qin Sheng trio, and asked with a smile, Do you know what is in my hand? What do you mean? The three were suspicious. It's not like they haven't seen the Imperial Jade Seal before. Was there a need to ask? This is the Imperial Jade Seal. It was my father, Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather, personally made. Emperor Hong laughed. We know. Qin Sheng trio said. Emperor Hong asked, Then do you know what is in this Imperial Jade Seal? Inside the Imperial Jade Seal? The three were stunned, looked at the Imperial Jade Seal, and said in surprise, Is there something hidden inside? Yes. Emperor Hong nodded, stretched out his hand to the inner demons, and said, Give me the heavenly great sword. The inner demons handed the heavenly great sword to Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong grabbed the heavenly great sword and immediately slashed at the Imperial Jade Seal. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng trio's expression changed. Qin Sheng hurriedly grabbed Emperor Hong's arm and exclaimed, Emperor Hong, what are you doing? You'll know later. Emperor Hong smiled, indicating for Qin Sheng to let go. Qin Sheng shook his head and said, If you don't make it clear, I will never let you do this. You are the son of the previous emperor. How can you destroy the Imperial Jade Seal? The emperor said, Grandfather is doing this for the good of Feiyang. For the good of his highness. Qin Sheng frowned, turned to look at the emperor, and said angrily, Your Majesty, why are you messing around? Destroying the Imperial Jade Seal and for the good of Qin Feiyang, this had nothing to do with it. The emperor said, Leave. Your Majesty, Qin Sheng roared. Leave. The emperor frowned and shouted. Sigh. Qin Sheng sighed and retreated to the side angrily. The emperor looked at Emperor Hong and warned, Grandfather, be gentle. Don't destroy the things inside. All right. Emperor Hong nodded, raised the heavenly great sword, and cut down bit by bit. Who are these people? Even the Imperial Jade Seal left behind by the previous emperor is going to be destroyed. If the previous emperor knew about this, he would probably jump out of the coffin in anger on the spot. Looking at this scene, Qin Sheng was incomparably angry. The other two old men looked at Emperor Hong's actions, and their brows were filled with dissatisfaction. But suddenly, a powerful aura surged out from the imperial ruler's seal. This is, Qin Sheng and the other two were surprised. It was actually a dragon's might. And it was extremely pure. It was the first time in their lives that they had sensed such a pure dragon's might. It felt as if there was a divine dragon sealed inside the Imperial Jade Seal. The state preceptor, Lu Zhang, second grandpa, and the rest of the Lu family were also surprised. Even Qin Feiyang and Zhuge Mingyang were alarmed. The two stopped at the same time and looked down at the Imperial Jade Seal in Emperor Hong's hand. At this moment, the Imperial Jade Seal was cut in half. Not only the dragon's might, but there were also strands of purple gold divine light that shot out from the cracks, extremely dazzling. A few breaths passed. With a crisp sound, the imperial jade seal suddenly split into two. Emperor Hong also immediately put away the heavenly great sword. Immediately, that purple gold divine light was as dazzling as the scorching sun. At the same time, Qin Feiyang's bloodline power suddenly went berserk, crazily rolling and surging in his body. P.S. I was delayed by something today. I tried my best to rush out, but I only managed to rush out one chapter. Everyone, don't wait. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1792. Qin Feiyang noticed this abnormality at the first moment. He hurriedly looked inside his body. His blood was flowing wildly, and even seemed to be burning. All over his skin, there was a faint burning sensation. He was extremely surprised. What was going on with this throbbing from his bloodline power? All of a sudden, his eyes shot out a bright light, and he lowered his head again to look at the imperial seal. The change in his bloodline power seemed to be caused by this imperial seal. What exactly was inside? Why would it make his bloodline power so restless? Looking at Emperor Hong again. After putting away the heavenly great sword, he held half of the imperial seal in each hand, and then slowly separated. There was also an unconcealable excitement in his expression. Finally, the two halves of the imperial seal separated. The thing hidden inside also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They saw that in the center of the imperial seal, there was a purple gold crystal. The crystal was extremely small, estimated to be the size of a mung bean. It was crystalline and translucent like a peerless divine jade, and it was dazzling and extremely beautiful. It's actually, when second grandpa, third grandpa, and fourth grandpa saw the crystal, their old eyes were full of shock. What is it? Lu Zheng asked in surprise. The blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon, fourth grandpa said with a pause between each word. What? It's actually the blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang's eyes also suddenly widened, full of disbelief. There was actually a drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence hidden in the imperial seal. This was such an unbelievable thing. But it happened in front of them. Wait. Since it's the blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon, why is it a crystal? Lu Zheng was suspicious. It's because it's been stored for too long, the blood has solidified, and it's completely sealed, so it slowly turned into a blood crystal. Fourth grandpa said. The blood essence of the purple gold divine dragon, Zhuge Mingyang, was also in extreme disbelief. Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, Great-grandpa, is this also left by the ancestors? Yes. Emperor Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang wanted to say something again. But suddenly, the bloodline power in his body became even more frenzied, pulling his body towards the blood crystal. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and quickly stabilized his body. However, the more he did this, the crazier the bloodline power in his body became. In the end, his body flew towards the blood crystal uncontrollably. He could even clearly sense the bloodline power's desire for blood crystals. Seeing Qin Feiyang's abnormal behavior, Zhuge Mingyang frowned. The state preceptor was also suspicious. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something as his face changed drastically. He shouted, Mingyang, stop him. He wants to merge with the blood crystal. Fusion. Zhuge Mingyang was bewildered. Just now, I heard the conversation between Emperor Hong and Lu family's fourth brother. The reason why Lu family's fourth brother's divine power can contend against your divine power is because he has fused with the blood of the true phoenix. The state preceptor said in a deep voice. You mean, after Qin Feiyang fuses with this drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence, the power of his divine power will also become stronger? Zhuge Mingyang said. Yes. Once he fuses with this drop of blood crystal, his bloodline power will completely return to its ancestral state. At that time, his strength will definitely become stronger. He must be stopped. The state preceptor roared. Boom. When Zhuge Mingyang heard this, he immediately activated the Sky Devil flag and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. So that's how it is. Only by fusing with the blood of the true dragon can my bloodline power be considered to have completely returned to its ancestral state. Qin Feiyang muttered. Previously, when he was fighting with Zhuge Mingyang in the sky, he did not pay attention to the conversation between Emperor Hong and the others. It was only now that he understood. It turned out that the reason Emperor Hong took this drop of blood essence was to fuse with him and make him stronger. Since it was such a good thing, then he absolutely could not let Zhuge Mingyang mess it up. Supreme Emperor. When the statue appeared, its divine might shook the world. Zhuge Mingyang and the Sky Devil flag were immediately stopped. A cold light flashed in the state preceptor's eyes. He leaped and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Even Zhuge Mingyang is not my opponent, let alone an old bastard like you. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. The divine dragon seal appeared, carrying a monstrous aura as it blasted towards the state preceptor. Ah! With a scream, the state preceptor was immediately blasted away, his body dripping with blood. Is this the perfect divine technique? The state preceptor murmured. Too terrifying. The moment he faced the divine dragon seal, he felt as if he was facing a death god. An uncontrollable fear emerged in his heart. Amazing. Emperor Hong, second grandpa, and the others saw this scene and laughed out loud. To injure the state preceptor in an instant, who could compete with such means? This kid had completely grown up. It was time for the old guys to withdraw from the stage. Clang. Boom. High up in the sky, the statue formed by the Supreme Emperor crazily collided with Zhuge Mingyang and the Sky Devil flag. The state preceptor was also blasted thousands of miles away, his body bleeding profusely. And those law enforcers, after the blood soul technique was broken, also obediently retreated to the distance to watch the battle. So now, no one could stop Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang landed beside Emperor Hong. Back then, my father once told me that in the Imperial Jade Seal, there was a drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence, but he didn't tell me the purpose. So I didn't take it to heart, and even slowly forgot about it. And just now, when I heard the words of the Liu family's fourth son, I suddenly realized. So this drop of purple gold divine dragon's blood essence was specially left for the descendants of bloodline atavism. Emperor Hong laughed. The emperor shook his head and sighed. Great-grandfather, he really planned far ahead. Take it. Emperor Hong handed the blood crystal in front of Qin Feiyang. Facing the true dragon's blood close at hand, the bloodline power in Qin Feiyang's body had already gone crazy to an unprecedented level. Qin Feiyang glanced at Emperor Hong and the emperor, stretched out his arm, and took the blood crystal. Immediately, the blood crystal melted in his palm and quickly seeped into his body, merging with the bloodline power. Boom. Inside his body, there seemed to be some shackles broken, exploding with a muffled bang. Following closely, an extremely pure dragon might roared out from his body. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a wisp of divine dragon power emerged. At that moment, a destructive aura enveloped all directions. The void, crazily shattered. The emperor and the other two, under this aura, felt as if they were trapped in an ice cellar, their whole body cold. Emperor Hong's pupils also contracted, full of fear. But at the same time, they couldn't help but be excited. Because at this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine dragon power was several times stronger than before. So this is the true power of the purple gold dragon Qi. Qin Feiyang murmured. Looking at the divine dragon power at this moment, he couldn't help but be moved. Boom. He turned around and walked towards the sky step by step, as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. His long hair fluttered, his clothes fluttered, giving people a feeling of ethereal. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at an immortal monarch stepping into the air. That kind of calm temperament, that invisible domineering aura, that resolute face, and that imposing figure, at this moment, were deeply imprinted in everyone's soul, unable to be erased. Finally, he stood opposite Zhuge Mingyang, and said lightly, "Your so-called advantages are all gone. I don't believe that your divine dragon power can be compared with my death god power." Zhuge Mingyang roared, and instantly teleported in front of Qin Feiyang, raising his hand and punching out. Grey-white divine power rolled out, annihilating in all directions. Death god power, so this is your divine power. Qin Feiyang whispered, also raised his arm, and punched towards Zhuge Mingyang. The divine dragon power surged, shattering the void. Boom! The two fists collided together, the two divine powers continued to clash, and the surrounding void continued to collapse. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's divine dragon power was not inferior to Zhuge Mingyang's death god power at all. Why exactly? I paid such a huge price in exchange for this death god power, and Qin Feiyang, without doing anything, got the divine dragon power. Why is it so unfair? God, I hate you. Zhuge Mingyang roared into the sky, his grayish-white hair fluttered, and his body burned with wisps of devil flames. Following closely, a terrifying aura of death, with this place as the center, surged in all directions. Immediately, flowers, plants, and trees, all withered. Emperor Hong, the Emperor, Qin Sheng III, and even Qin Feiyang and the State Preceptor, the blood and vitality in their bodies were also flowing away crazily. Emperor Hong looked at those marquis, law enforcers, and the commanders of the Kirin army, and roared, "This is no longer a place where you can stay, quickly leave." When the group of people heard this, they opened the portal one after another and ran in as if they were running for their lives. Emperor Hong also brought the Emperor and Qin Sheng with him as he flew away without looking back. In their hearts, they were all extremely shocked. Could it be that this Zhuge Mingyang was really a god of death? I want to destroy everything. I want you to despair, I want you to suffer, I want this continent to be plunged into misery and suffering, and not even a blade of grass will grow. Zhuge Mingyang had completely gone mad. That terrifying death aura seemed endless, constantly emerging from his body, and had spread tens of thousands of miles away. Flowers, plants, and trees, all withered. Fierce beasts and wild beasts also turned into dried corpses in an instant. In less than 3 breaths. Within tens of thousands of miles, it became a land of death, without any vitality. The void was filled with a tragic aura. Only the Lu family, under the protection of the enchantment, was safe and sound. But the second grandpa was very anxious at this moment, and shouted, "Feiyang, outside the mountain range, there are dozens of villages, and the people living there are ordinary people, quickly stop here." Dozens of villages. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. The second grandpa said in a deep voice, "Yes, at least tens of thousands of people. According to his trend, not to mention those dozens of villages, I'm afraid the entire imperial capital will suffer in the end." The fourth grandpa also followed. Qin Feiyang glanced around. This death aura was indeed not ordinary terrifying. However, this Zhuge Mingyang was really ruthless, even the State Preceptor was not spared. In just a short while, the State Preceptor's old face, which was already a bit older, became even older. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked up at Zhuge Mingyang, and said, "It's time to end it, and this time, you can forget about resurrecting. Haha, let me tell you, the only one I hate in my heart now is you. If you have the guts, try to kill me." Zhuge Mingyang laughed wildly. Chapter 1793. I'm the only one you hate. Qin Feiyang muttered. With his current methods, it was actually easy to kill Zhuge Mingyang, but he didn't dare to. Why? It was because he was afraid that Zhuge Mingyang would revive again. One had to know. If Zhuge Mingyang was given another chance to revive, his cultivation would most likely break through to the level of war god. At that time, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to get rid of Zhuge Mingyang. So, he had been waiting. He had also been thinking of ways to anger Zhuge Mingyang. Because only in this way would Zhuge Mingyang transfer all his hatred to him. In this way, Zhao Tailai and the others who were hiding in the Black Tortoise realm would undoubtedly have a chance. As for whether Zhuge Mingyang would transfer his hatred to Zhao Tailai and the others in the end, he wasn't worried at all. Because hatred wasn't something that could be transferred just like that. There had to be a process. Just like last time. Zhuge Mingyang transferred his hatred to Lu Jiajin because Lu Jiajin had displayed amazing talent, causing Zhuge Mingyang to be unreconciled and thus hate him. In other words, as long as Zhao Tailai and the others could get rid of Zhuge Mingyang in one go, then they would be able to kill him completely. Because Zhuge Mingyang simply didn't have the time, nor the opportunity, to transfer his hatred. So, when he heard Zhuge Mingyang say that he only hated him, he knew that the time had come, Do you hate me? Qin Feiyang chuckled and activated his 3,000 incarnations. 500 incarnations appeared in the void. Qin Feiyang joked, looking at this scene, do you hate me even more? Zhuge Mingyang was about to go crazy. 3,000 incarnations was his god art. If he had these 3,000 incarnations now, why would he be afraid of Qin Feiyang? The death god's power surged out and poured into the Sky Devil flag. The Sky Devil flag was vast and mighty, shattering the void for thousands of miles as it charged towards Qin Feiyang. Hate. The deeper your hatred for me, the easier it will be to kill you. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. His 500 incarnations simultaneously transformed into the sovereign of the 9 and 5. 500 statues towered into the clouds. Divine might shook the heavens and the earth. Even the supreme-grade heavenly fiend flag could not help but tremble in the face of the 500 statues. It stopped in midair and did not dare to take another step forward. Sky Demon flag, are you betraying me? Zhuge Mingyang roared. The Sky Demon flag remained indifferent. Zhuge Mingyang was mad with anger. He roared, Ancestor, quickly come and help. The Imperial Tutor's eyes flickered. Damn it! Zhuge Mingyang roared. How does it feel to be betrayed by your friends? However, you don't have the right to blame Zhuge Shenyun, because you were the one who disrespected him first. For someone like you, even if you live to the end, even if you stand at the peak of this world and become the ruler of the world, you will still lose everything. Qin Feiyang said. If I am really the ruler of this world, what is the use of having them? I alone am enough to destroy everything. Unfortunately, I am not. Zhuge Mingyang roared. Sigh. If there is no kinship, no love, no friendship, what is the point of becoming the ruler of this world? Qin Feiyang sighed. That is why it is difficult for you to achieve great things. Zhuge Mingyang sneered. You still don't understand. The strong should be respected, not feared. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Cut the crap, Sky Demon flag, quickly attack. Zhuge Mingyang roared hysterically. Whoosh. However, hearing this, the Sky Demon flag did not attack Qin Feiyang. Instead, it turned into a stream of light and escaped into the sky. Damn it, damn it. Zhuge Mingyang roared like thunder. Mingyang, do you still not understand? The Sky Demon flag has begun to hate you. Furthermore, the owner of the Sky Demon flag is your master, not you. You can't command it. The state preceptor sighed. Zhuge Mingyang instantly glared at him and roared, if you don't want to help, then shut up. Otherwise, I will kill you first. The state preceptor was silent. He looked at Zhuge Mingyang, feeling extremely pained. All along, he had spared no effort to nurture Zhuge Mingyang at all costs. He even treated Zhuge Mingyang as his own child. However, he did not expect that the outcome would be like this. Actually, you don't have to fight to the death with Qin Feiyang. As long as you enter the divine item, what can he do to you? The state preceptor shook his head and did not say anything else. He looked around and began to look for a way out. Hide in the divine item. Haha, I, Zhuge Mingyang, will never do such a cowardly and incompetent thing. Qin Feiyang, today, it's either you die or I die. Zhuge Mingyang roared. The Sky Demon hand and Bone Dragon art were both evolved. They carried the last of his will and attacked Qin Feiyang. As you wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. Clang. The 500 statues raised the broken swords in their hands at the same time. The sharpness of the broken swords could destroy heaven and earth. Boom. When the first broken sword fell, the Sky Demon hand and Bone Dragon art were shattered on the spot. This was the power of a perfect divine art. Moreover, the third move, Supremacy of the 9 and 5, was more powerful than the first move, Divine Dragon Seal, and the second move, Divine Dragon Roar. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. I, Zhuge Mingyang, was born to be the overlord of the 8 barren lands. How can I be defeated by you? Sever art, exterminate art, kill. Zhuge Mingyang roared while spurting blood. The destructive power of the 2 divine arts was overwhelming. The first broken sword was immediately shattered with a loud clang. The first statue also disintegrated. But there were still 499 statues behind. The The wind howled and the clouds rolled. The so-called sever art and exterminate art were completely unable to resist and collapsed. The 499 broken swords came crashing down. However, there was no fear in Zhuge Mingyang's eyes, nor did he take half a step back. He looked at Qin Feiyang and his eyes calmed down. He shook his head and said, "It seems that no matter how hard I work, I can't surpass you. Why must you compete with me? Isn't it better to be yourself?" Qin Feiyang said. "To vent my anger. I just want to prove that I, Zhuge Mingyang, am not inferior to anyone, including you, Qin Feiyang. Obviously, I have failed. But even if I fail, I won't die. The only one who will die will be you." Zhuge Mingyang suddenly smiled and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. "Damn it. There's a spatial divine object, yet you chose to self-destruct. What a fool." The Imperial Grandmaster roared in exasperation and hurriedly escaped into the spatial divine object. Fei Yang, quickly hide. Second Grandpa and the others also changed their expressions. The self-destruction of a false god was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth, let alone the self-destruction of a war god. But Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear. "You don't even hide from self-destruction, you really aren't afraid of death. But I like it. Don't worry, after I am reborn, I will help you take good care of Emperor Hong and the others, as well as the people from the Lu family." Zhuge Mingyang stared at Qin Feiyang and laughed again and again. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Self-destruction can also be reborn?" "Self-destruction can't be reborn. But if," Zhuge Mingyang grinned, bringing along that destructive aura, he took a step forward and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm, his divine power surging out. Following closely, he grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm, and with a poochie sound, he forcefully pressed it into his chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. It even shattered his heart. "This person is too crazy." Second Grandpa and the others looked at Zhuge Mingyang, and their backs couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "If you self-destruct like this, then it's the same as you killing me, and I can be reborn again. And now, even if you want to enter the ancient castle and Black Tortoise realm, it's already too late. Go to hell." Zhuge Mingyang laughed crazily. "Sigh. Even now, can't you see it? Ever since I appeared, everything I've done has been to infuriate you. And now, you ran over and stood face to face with me, which is exactly what I was looking forward to. Because of this, Zhao Tailai and the others can kill you in one blow. Don't treat others as fools." Qin Feiyang shook his head. His mind moved. Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and Old Man Qin suddenly appeared behind Zhuge Mingyang. The 3 Sea of Qi had already been repaired. Tang Hai held a dagger in his hand, and Zhao Tailai held an axe in his hand. Obviously, they were ready to kill Zhuge Mingyang. As soon as they appeared, Tang Hai didn't say anything, and immediately grabbed the dagger and stabbed Zhuge Mingyang's lower abdomen. His Sea of Qi shattered. Zhuge Mingyang's self-destruction was forcefully interrupted. How is this possible? Aren't they in the Forgotten Continent? He turned his head in disbelief, but what greeted him was Zhao Tailai's axe. A loud crack sounded. Zhao Tailai's axe split Zhuge Mingyang's skull open, and under the sharp edge of the axe, his soul was shattered on the spot. Fresh blood stained the sky. Zhuge Mingyang didn't even have time to scream before he fell head first onto the ground. However, Qin Feiyang was still worried about his soul being shattered. "Quick! Crush his bones and scatter his ashes," Qin Feiyang shouted. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and Old Man Qin nodded. Divine power rolled out and pounced on Zhuge Mingyang's body. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. What's going on? Inside the spatial divine item. The Grand Tutor looked at Zhao Tailai and the other 2, his old face full of disbelief. Weren't they in the Forgotten Continent? Zheng they are. Second Grandpa and the other 2 looked at Lu Zheng in surprise. Old Man Qin, I don't need to introduce you, you know. The other 2, one is called Zhao Tailai, and the other is called Tang Hai. They are both war gods, subordinates that my little cousin subdued in the miracle. Lu Zheng smiled. Second Grandpa said, "That's not what we're asking." "Then what are you asking about?" Lu Zheng looked at the 3 suspiciously. Suddenly, he patted his head and smiled, because of some reason, our battle with Mu Tianyang didn't break out at all. Old Man Qin and the others have been waiting in the Black Tortoise realm. Didn't break out? Second Grandpa and the other two looked at each other. In that case, this was a trap set by Qin Feiyang? That's right. This is a trap. He had already planned it before entering the imperial capital. After all, this Zhuge Mingyang is not an ordinary character. It's hard to kill him without some extreme measures. Lu Zheng sighed. Third Grandpa frowned and said, "Why are you so afraid of Zhuge Mingyang? You still don't know Zhuge Mingyang's methods. He has mastered a demonic art called the Undying Demonic Art. This demonic art can bring him back to life, and every time he revives, his strength will skyrocket." Lu Zheng said. Chapter 1794. Come back from the dead. Second Grandpa and the others were surprised. Lu Zheng said, "I'll tell you in detail later." Fourth Grandpa, can you go out? Yes. Fourth Grandpa nodded. Then this barrier. Lu Zheng scanned the barrier. This barrier comes from this walking stick. When it's activated, I need to use my divine power to activate it. Once it's activated, it no longer needs my divine power to support it. Fourth Grandpa said. There's such a thing. Lu Zheng was surprised and said, then hurry up and don't let the State Preceptor escape. The State Preceptor would definitely escape when he saw the three of them. Fourth Grandpa nodded and handed the walking stick to Second Grandpa. He rushed out of the barrier, and his divine power surged in all directions. Found it. Almost at the next moment, his eyes flickered. The space divine object was in the void not far from his left. Inside the space divine object, the State Preceptor sensed Fourth Grandpa's divine mind and immediately drove the space divine object to escape. Humph! Fourth Grandpa snorted and teleported in front of the space divine object. His divine power rolled out and condensed into a barrier that immediately enveloped the space divine object. Get out of my way! The State Preceptor roared in the space divine object and drove it toward the barrier. With a loud bang, the barrier immediately distorted. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he grabbed Zhao Tailai's axe and used the Xing formula. He rushed to Fourth Grandpa's side and used his divine mind. Then, he raised his giant axe and slashed at the space divine object. With a loud bang, the space divine object was split in half on the spot. The State Preceptor fell out in a sorry state. Fourth Grandpa didn't disperse the barrier and trapped him inside. You had time to escape before, but you didn't. Now that Zhuge Mingyang is dead, you want to escape. Do you think I'll give you the chance? Qin Feiyang looked at the State Preceptor coldly. The State Preceptor looked at Qin Feiyang and Fourth Grandpa with fear between his brows. He didn't even have the thought of breaking the barrier and escaping. On the other side, Zhao Tailai and the other two finally stopped. This time, not a single strand of hair was left on Zhuge Mingyang's body. It could be said that he was truly crushed into ashes. Qin Feiyang said, "Find his spatial divine item." Understood. Zhao Tailai nodded and sent his divine sense downwards. After Zhuge Mingyang died, the spatial divine item became an ownerless item. One had to know. This spatial divine item could even withstand the power of the rule of God's miracle. One could see how high its level was. Therefore, he could not miss this opportunity. Outside the barrier, Fourth Grandpa looked at the State Preceptor and asked, "Feiyang, should we kill him?" "You can't kill him. I still need to get the location of the fiend ancestor's lair from him." "Speak, where is the lair of the demon ancestor?" Qin Feiyang looked at the Imperial Preceptor and said. He wanted nothing more than to chop this person into pieces right now. The reason for that was because it had always been this person who had been causing trouble behind the scenes. It could be said that, without the State Preceptor, many things in the past would not have happened. But Grandpa, Mermaid Princess, Lin Yi, and Old Master Ren, these people must be saved. Therefore, he must find the lair of the demon ancestor. Do you think I will be naive enough to tell you? If I tell you, will I still have a way out? The State Preceptor calmed down and sneered. A cold light flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes, and he smiled coldly. It seems that I have to let you have a taste of the puppet technique. The puppet technique could not only control others but also forcibly read the other party's memory. As long as the state preceptor was controlled, there was no need to interrogate him to know the location of the demon ancestor's lair. Puppet technique? Fourth Grandpa heard it and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. But the state preceptor's body trembled. Although he had never been to the Black Tortoise world, he had learned about the puppet technique from Zhuge Mingyang. Qin Feiyang stepped into the barrier. Go to hell! Just as Qin Feiyang entered the barrier, the state preceptor suddenly exploded and slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Before entering the miracle, I wasn't afraid of you, let alone now. Qin Feiyang raised his arm. His 5 fingers were like an eagle's claw, grabbing the state preceptor's arm. His other hand then slapped the state preceptor's lower abdomen. Ah! Accompanied by a pig-like scream, the state preceptor's sea of qi shattered on the spot. His lower abdomen was also badly mutilated. Terrifying. Fourth Grandpa murmured. The state preceptor was also a god of war, but he couldn't even resist. What level has this kid's strength reached? The state preceptor was even more frightened. In the beginning, Qin Feiyang was just an ant-like character in front of him. But now, the other party destroyed his sea of qi with just one blow. In his heart, in addition to fear, there was also shame. After destroying the state preceptor, Qin Feiyang immediately formed a seal. After all, the demon ancestor wasn't dead yet. Changes could happen at any time. Only by controlling the state preceptor as fast as possible could he avoid these changes. The state preceptor sighed, if Zhuge Mingyang was half as nimble as you, he wouldn't have ended up dead. Wrong. Even if he acted decisively before, there wouldn't be any turning point. This is strength. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The puppet imprint turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the state preceptor's head. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura emerged. The barrier set up by Fourth Grandpa was shattered on the spot. Who is it? Fourth Grandpa roared and looked up. He saw a blood-red beast pouncing toward the puppet imprint like lightning. Boom. The puppet imprint was immediately shattered by the beast's claw. Following that, the beast directly used its divine power to break the state preceptor's arm that was grabbed by Qin Feiyang. Then, it stretched out its claws, grabbed the state preceptor, and soared into the sky. All of this happened too quickly. Qin Feiyang didn't even have time to fight back before the state preceptor was taken thousands of miles away by the beast. It's you. The state preceptor looked at the beast with a look of ecstasy on his old face. You're really useless. You actually ended up in such a sorry state. The beast glanced at the state preceptor and snorted coldly. Hearing this, the state preceptor lowered his head and the joy on his face turned into anger. Where's Zhuge Mingyang? The beast asked. The state preceptor said, he has already died in the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others. What? In order to train him, Master paid such a huge price and even passed on the immortal demon technique and the 6 words killing formula to him. He actually died just like that. The beast said angrily. Not only will he die, you will die too. All of a sudden, a monstrous murderous intent erupted. That ferocious beast raised its head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Its blood-red eyes were filled with contempt. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also stared at the beast, his body full of hostility. He was in such a hurry to control the state preceptor because he was afraid that an accident would happen. Unexpectedly, the accident still happened. As for that ferocious beast, it was no ordinary ferocious beast. Its body was 5 meters long and its fur was as red as blood. It looked exactly like a Kirin. It was the legendary blood Kirin, Feiyang. Young master. Old man Qin quickly flew to Qin Feiyang and Fourth Grandpa's side. In Zhao Tailai's hand was a palm-sized black castle. Did you find the space treasure? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. His murderous eyes were fixed on the blood Kirin. Zhao Tailai nodded and handed the castle in his hand to Qin Feiyang. Huh! When the blood Kirin saw the black castle, its eyebrows suddenly raised. It looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Bring that castle to me." What? Zhao Tailai and the others were stunned. Was this bastard dreaming? Qin Feiyang grabbed the castle. Without any suspense, this was Zhuge Mingyang's space treasure. He looked at the Blood Kirin and said, "If you want the castle, give me the state preceptor." The Blood Kirin laughed and said, "Kid, you can't be so naive." Boom. As soon as it finished speaking, the Blood Kirin's aura was fully released. A shocking divine power rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. This aura, Old Man Qin's eyes trembled as he exclaimed, "Small success, war god." The Blood Kirin looked at Old Man Qin and laughed, "Old man, at least you have some eyesight." "Feiyang, what should we do now?" Old Man Qin was at a loss. A small success war god beast and a subordinate of the demon ancestor. Its methods were definitely not ordinary. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Kirin. He did not expect its cultivation to be so strong. However, a small success war god was not without a chance of winning. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. But just as he was about to make a move, the Blood Kirin grinned and said, "Also, I will add another bargaining chip." As soon as it finished speaking, a stone coffin flew out from its body. This stone coffin, Old Man Qin and the others were shocked. The stone coffin that the Blood Kirin took out was the stone coffin that sealed the demon ancestor's divine body. "Do you want to know what's inside?" The Blood Kirin teased. "It's definitely not the demon ancestor's divine body." Old Man Qin muttered. "Qin Feiyang, open your eyes and watch carefully." The Blood Kirin waved its claws and the stone coffin stood upright. Then, it opened the lid and a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of them. Crack! Qin Feiyang clenched his hands tightly. Because the middle-aged man in the stone coffin was one of the people he respected the most in his life, Yang Nanshan. At this moment, Yang Nanshan's face was pale and his eyes were closed. His aura was extremely weak. The Blood Kirin said, "Do you still recognize him?" Qin Feiyang's face was gloomy. The Blood Kirin said, "Don't worry. He's not dead yet. His sea of qi has been destroyed and he's in a coma." "What do you want?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Blood Kirin said playfully, "Aren't you asking the obvious? Use the castle to trade." Qin Feiyang was silent. "You have no choice. If you don't do as I say, I will kill him. Don't doubt my words." The Blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "The demon ancestor should be merging with the divine body right now." "Smart." The Blood Kirin said. "That's nothing to praise. You brought the stone coffin here to tell me that the demon ancestor is merging with the divine body, right?" Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Kirin was shocked. Then, it laughed and said, "You can see through that. Master was right. You are not someone to be underestimated. If the demon ancestor is merging with the divine body, shouldn't you be protecting him in the reincarnation sea?" "Why are you here?" Qin Feiyang asked. "It's because of Zhuge Mingyang. Master saw that Zhuge Mingyang hadn't sent back any news after so long, so he sent me here to take a look. But I didn't expect that guy to be so useless. You killed him. What a waste of Master's efforts." The Blood Kirin grunted coldly. It looked angry. Chapter 1795. "What a waste of effort." Qin Feiyang lowered his head and mumbled. His eyes looked cold as he looked at the Blood Kirin and the Grandmaster. He said, "You too destroyed Zhuge Mingyang." "We destroyed him?" The Blood Kirin was shocked. "Yes. Although you gave him great power, you also made him cold-blooded and heartless. So, you have no right to judge him." Qin Feiyang grunted coldly. "I did not expect you to sympathize with an enemy." The Blood Kirin was very surprised. "I am not sympathizing with him. I just feel bad for him. With his talent, even without your help, he would have become a hero sooner or later. But he foolishly chose a path of no return. He chose to work with trash like you." Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disgust. "We are trash." When the Blood Kirin heard this, it laughed and said, "Of course, you are crazy. But I think you have the wrong person. I am not like that piece of trash Zhuge Mingyang. You have to pay a price for being so arrogant in front of me." After that, the Blood Kirin's eyes looked ferocious. God power appeared, and it cut off Yang Nanshan's arm. Blood flowed out of the coffin. The intense pain caused Yang Nanshan to wake up from his coma. His face was contorted from the pain. Fei Yang. But when he saw Qin Fei Yang, he forgot about the pain. Uncle Yang, I am sorry. I dragged you into this. Qin Fei Yang looked at Yang Nanshan, his face full of self-blame. If it wasn't for him, Demon Alpha wouldn't have attacked them. What are you talking about? Yang Nanshan shouted angrily. He shook his head and sighed. Fei Yang, we dragged you into this. We are like a burden to you. No, whether it is you or the old man, you are all my most respected elders. In the past, you protected me. Now, it is my turn to protect you. Qin Fei Yang said. Ha, ha, this is so touching. The Blood Kirin laughed. Blood Kirin. Yang Nanshan's eyes trembled as he roared, Fei Yang, don't worry about me. Do what you have to do. Don't let me become your burden. Qin Fei Yang smiled at Yang Nanshan. He looked at the Blood Kirin and said, I agree. You should have done this a long time ago. Bring it over quickly. The Blood Kirin laughed. Qin Fei Yang placed the black castle in front of Tang Hai and said, send it over. Tang Hai looked at Qin Fei Yang, and his eyes flashed. He didn't say a word and took the castle. Then, he flew over to the Blood Kirin and the Grandmaster. The Imperial Tutor glanced at Tang Hai, his eyes full of vigilance. He reminded in a low voice, Lord Chelin, be careful of their tricks. Are you looking down on me? This emperor is a low-level war god, why would I be afraid of their tricks? The Blood Kirin raised its eyebrows and glared at the Grandmaster. I don't dare. The State Preceptor quickly lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear. He was Demon Alpha's subordinate, so he knew what the Blood Kirin was capable of. It could be said that this beast was a demon that ate people without spitting out the bones. Even if it was its companion, if they angered it, it wouldn't show any mercy. The Blood Kirin grunted coldly. It raised its head and looked at Tang Hai. There was a sinister smile in its blood-red eyes. Swoosh. Tang Hai flew over and stopped a few feet away from the Blood Kirin. He looked at Yang Nanshan and said coldly, let him go first. However, the Blood Kirin responded with a blast of god power. Ah! The god power rushed into the stone coffin. Yang Nanshan screamed in pain as his other arm was broken. The Blood Kirin laughed cruelly. Don't test my patience again. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. Didn't you hear me? Yang Nanshan shouted angrily. Tang Hai looked at Yang Nanshan and sighed. Although I don't know what your relationship with the young master is, based on his behavior, I can tell that you used to be very good to him. The young master is a righteous person. Now that you are in trouble, how could he stand by and watch you die? Being righteous isn't necessarily a good thing, Yang Nanshan said gloomily. Yes. I admit that. But do you know why old Zhao and I followed him? It's precisely because he values relationships and righteousness. Maybe he will lose a lot because of this, but he will also gain a lot. After Tang Hai spoke, he waved his hand. The black castle in his hand flew toward the Blood Kirin. Why didn't you do this earlier? You made Yang Nanshan suffer so much. The Blood Kirin reached out its claws and grabbed the black castle. It laughed mockingly. Whoosh. But just as it spoke, Tang Hai suddenly jumped up. He was like a ghost as he landed on top of the Blood Kirin's head. A black dagger appeared in a flash. He grabbed the dagger and stabbed it toward the Blood Kirin's head. At the same time, Qin Fei Yang used the walk word and flew toward the stone coffin. That was right. Tang Hai's attack had been ordered by him. Although he hadn't said it explicitly, Tang Hai understood what he meant. Why had Qin Fei Yang attacked? It was because the Blood Kirin's words couldn't be trusted. The most important thing was that Yang Nanshan had been to the Demon Alpha's lair. If Yang Nanshan returned to Qin Fei Yang, he would definitely tell Qin Fei Yang where the Demon Alpha's lair was. Because of that, the Blood Kirin wasn't going to give Yang Nanshan back to Qin Fei Yang. It could only take him by surprise. However, in the face of Tang Hai's sudden attack, the Blood Kirin didn't panic at all. On the contrary, its eyes were full of contempt. After grabbing the Black Castle, it immediately teleported with the Grandmaster and appeared thousands of miles away. Tang Hai was a little annoyed. But he didn't chase after them. Because their goal was only to save Yang Nanshan. Now that the blood Kirin had escaped, there was no way to stop them. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang flew over and landed in front of the stone coffin. He smiled and said, "Uncle Yang, you are safe." "Feiyang, I am sorry. I am really sorry." Yang Nanshan didn't feel happy about being saved. Instead, he felt guilty. Tang Hai looked at the blood Kirin in the distance and said, "Young master, quickly send Yang Nanshan to the Black Tortoise world." The blood Kirin wouldn't give up so easily. As a low-level warlord, the blood Kirin wasn't something that the Grandmaster and the others could compare to. Wait. A fierce battle was unavoidable. Therefore, they had to send Yang Nanshan away immediately. The Black Tortoise world was a safer place than the ancient castle. Qin Feiyang nodded and was about to take Yang Nanshan into the Black Tortoise world. Boom. But suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from Yang Nanshan's arms. Immediately after, two streams of light shot out from Yang Nanshan's clothes and blasted towards Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai's chests. Boom. The two of them were hit hard and flew out like meteorites. Their chests were caved in and their flesh was badly mangled. Another ambush. The two of them were shocked. "Haha, do you think that only I came?" The blood Kirin laughed in the distance. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai steadied themselves and looked up. They saw two ferocious beasts that were a few meters long floating in front of the stone coffin. One of them was as blue as the sea and the other was as black as ink. They looked exactly the same as the blood Kirin. "Water Kirin, ink Kirin," Qin Feiyang said each word slowly and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The demon ancestor had so many godly beasts under his command. The water Kirin, the ink Kirin, and the blood Kirin were all types of Kirins. They had noble bloodlines and extraordinary talents. As long as they didn't die prematurely, they would become the most powerful beings in the world. However, they all submitted to the demon ancestor. How powerful was the demon ancestor when he was at his peak? The water Kirin and the ink Kirin in front of them had the aura of a low-level warlord. Although they were weaker than the blood Kirin, they weren't ordinary godly beasts. They were Kirin godly beasts with noble bloodlines. Their strength could be said to be stronger than any beginner battle god. Yang Nanshan looked at the two godly beasts in front of him and his face was filled with shock and fear. Obviously, he hadn't noticed before that the water Kirin and the ink Kirin were hiding in his clothes. Shua. The blood Kirin teleported and landed next to the water Kirin and the ink Kirin. He laughed and said, "Qin Feiyang, you really are a difficult person to deal with. If it wasn't for my master's foresight, you would have succeeded this time." Demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. "Yes. This was all my master's plan. Seeing that there was no news from Zhuge Mingyang after so long, my master guessed that you might have returned and asked me to come and take a look. Just in case, my master asked me to bring Yang Nanshan and told the water Kirin and ink Kirin to shrink their bodies and hide in Yang Nanshan's clothes. At first, I thought that my master's actions were completely unnecessary. With me here, why would he need the water Kirin and ink Kirin? I didn't think that they would actually come in handy." The blood Kirin laughed. The water Kirin glanced at the blood Kirin and grunted coldly. "Don't think too highly of yourself. That's right. If it weren't for us, Yang Nanshan would have been saved. When you go back, you will be punished by my master." The ink Kirin laughed coldly. Although their cultivation levels were lower than the blood Kirins, their status beside the demon ancestor was the same as the blood Kirins. However, the blood Kirin had become a low-level war god before them. Yes. This is my fault. I shouldn't have underestimated this person." In the face of the dissatisfaction and mockery from the water Kirin and ink Kirin, the blood Kirin wasn't angry. He just nodded and smiled. The water Kirin turned and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, "Do you really want Yang Nanshan?" Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Nanshan in the sarcophagus. "Feiyang, you have to listen to me. Don't be led by the nose by these animals. I am not afraid of death. Old Man Ren and the others are not afraid of death either. You have to go all out, only then will you have a chance to kill them and return peace to the Qin Empire. Anyway, don't be afraid because of us. If you do, we won't be happy. We will blame ourselves even more." Do you understand? Yang Nanshan smiled. He looked gratified and proud. Who wouldn't be proud to have such an outstanding descendant? Genius memorized this website's address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 1796. Uncle Yang, Qin Feiyang murmured. A strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. When Qin Feiyang didn't answer, Yang Nanshan said angrily, I'm asking you, do you understand? I understand. Qin Feiyang's body shook as he nodded. It's good that you understand. Yang Nanshan laughed again. He then looked at the blood Kirin and the other 2 beasts and roared, don't even think about using me to threaten Qin Feiyang. Sooner or later, all of you will pay the price for everything you've done. The 3 beasts turned to look at Yang Nanshan in shock. Just as they turned, Yang Nanshan slammed his head into the stone coffin. Clang! Crack! With a deafening sound, Yang Nanshan's head exploded, and he died instantly. Uncle Yang, Qin Feiyang roared, his teeth bared. Looking at the man slowly falling to the ground, 4th Grandpa, Tang Hai, and the others were filled with sorrow. In the distance, when Emperor Hong, the Emperor, and Qin Sheng saw this scene, an unresolvable sadness rose in their hearts. Damn it! The blood Kirin and the other 2 beasts were furious. They hadn't expected Yang Nanshan to be so stubborn as to commit suicide. How much courage did that take? The blood Kirin said angrily, Water Kirin, Ink Kirin, what were you doing? Don't you know how to suppress him? Who was the one who was so cocky? How dare you talk about us? The 2 beasts turned hostile and glared at the blood Kirin. Boom! All of a sudden, a monstrous murderous aura surged out like a huge wave, shrouding the entire area. Huh! The 3 beasts were shocked. They turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and their pupils shrank. At that moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes were blood-red. His body was also surrounded by blood-red flames. That was his murderous aura. Looking at Qin Feiyang's eyes, the blood Kirin and the other 2 beasts felt a chill run down their spines. Their hearts were filled with fear. Go! The blood Kirin roared and brought out a teleport door. Don't even think about going anywhere. All of you stay here. Qin Feiyang smiled savagely. He grabbed the rusty axe and teleported toward the 3 beasts. At the same time as he teleported, he also used the Xing character technique. One could imagine how fast he was right now. Even the blood Kirin, who was a low-level war god, couldn't track him. Before the portal opened, Qin Feiyang appeared in front of the 3 beasts. So fast. The blood Kirin was shocked. This speed was something that even it could not catch up to. No wonder Zhuge Mingyang died in his hands. However, the blood Kirin wasn't Zhuge Mingyang. You're courting death. After the blood Kirin calmed down, it made a decision. It gave the Grandmaster and the castle to the water Kirin and the black Kirin. Then, it swung its claws at Qin Feiyang. The rift collapsed on the spot. The power was not something a low-level war god could compare to. The water Kirin and the black Kirin looked at each other and immediately took the Grandmaster and the black castle away. Don't let them escape. Zhao Tailai roared. Whether it was 4th Grandpa, Old Qin, Zhao Tailai, or Tang Hai, they were all angry. But because Yang Nanshan was in the blood Kirin's hands, they didn't dare to make a move. But now, Yang Nanshan had committed suicide, so there was nothing to worry about. Their target was not the blood Kirin either. Qin Feiyang alone was enough to deal with the blood Kirin. After all, the blood Kirin was a low-level war god. If they interfered, they might become a burden to Qin Feiyang. Swoosh! They went straight for the water Kirin and the black Kirin. As for the Hong Emperor, he brought the Emperor and the other 2 and flew towards Yang Nanshan's corpse. He couldn't participate in the battle. Because the Emperor and the other 2's ocean of qi had not been repaired yet, he had to protect the 4 of them. Look at Qin Feiyang. Facing the blood Kirin's full attack, he didn't dodge at all. He raised his axe and chopped at the blood Kirin's claw. With a crack, the blood Kirin's claw broke on the spot. This axe, the blood Kirin turned pale with fright. It hadn't recovered, but it was still so sharp. The water Kirin and the black Kirin were shocked when they saw the blood Kirin injured. The black Kirin said in a deep voice, "Don't worry about it. Let's go." The water Kirin immediately opened a portal. "Don't run if you have guts." Seeing this, Zhao Tailai shouted, "Do you think we are stupid?" The water Kirin sneered and entered the portal without looking back. "Don't worry, we will be back soon. Then, it will be the end of these people." The black Kirin glanced at Zhao Tailai and the others coldly and also rushed into the portal. Damn it, Zhao Tailai roared. Although he, Tang Hai, Old Qin, and Fourth Grandpa were all war gods, the water Kirin and the black Kirin were also war gods. And they didn't have a heaven-defying auxiliary magic like the Xing formula. So in terms of speed, they had no advantage. They could only watch the two beasts leave. "Follow me," Old Qin shouted and opened the portal. "Where are we going?" Zhao Tailai was suspicious. The Sea of Reincarnation. Old Qin's eyes flashed coldly as he stepped into the portal. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other and followed. Fourth Grandpa stood in front of the portal and turned to look at Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa. Second Grandpa and Third Grandpa nodded at Fourth Grandpa. Immediately, Fourth Grandpa also rushed into the portal. So, only Qin Feiyang and the Blood Kirin were left in the sky. "What kind of axe is this? It is so scary." The Blood Kirin looked at the axe in horror. "This axe is going to kill you." Qin Feiyang grinned. There was a murderous look between his eyebrows. He raised the axe and slashed at the Blood Kirin. "You want to kill me? You are still far from that." The Blood Kirin laughed angrily. The Blood Kirin's body flashed and a blood-red soft armor appeared. Clang! The blade of the axe struck the soft armor, immediately creating dazzling sparks. However, the soft armor wasn't damaged at all. Instead, it was Qin Feiyang who was sent flying. His arm was also numb from the shock. What? When Lu Zheng and Second Grandpa saw this, they were shocked. Even the Blood Kirin's body could not withstand the power of the axe. But now, the soft armor had blocked it. What kind of weapon was this? Mid-grade? High-grade? Top-grade? Boy, aside from this axe, what else do you have? The Blood Kirin's eyes were full of disdain. He teleported and appeared behind Qin Feiyang. Then, he used his claws to attack Qin Feiyang's back. Although one of his claws had been broken, he still had 3 claws. Also, the broken claw was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "I don't have many skills, but I can kill you." Qin Feiyang was furious. His blood-red eyes were full of murderous intent. The purple gold dragon soul roared and activated its talent. "The Emperor Prison? I am a low-level god of war. Do you think you can imprison me?" The Blood Kirin laughed disdainfully. However, when the Emperor Prison fell, the Blood Kirin's mind suddenly went blank. "The Emperor Prison cannot imprison you. But this new ability can even take away the consciousness of a peak god of war, let alone someone like you." Qin Feiyang stepped into the Emperor Prison and shouted, "Go and die with Uncle Yang." Boom! He grabbed the axe with both hands and used all his strength to attack the Blood Kirin's forehead. The Blood Kirin shuddered. Apparently, he had regained his consciousness. After all, the Blood Kirin's cultivation level was higher than Zhuge Mingyang's. The time he could take away his consciousness was shorter. However, for Qin Feiyang, it was enough. Because now, even if the Blood Kirin wanted to dodge, it was too late. Clang! The axe hit the Blood Kirin's forehead. Sparks flew everywhere. Qin Feiyang was sent flying again. The skin between his thumb and forefinger split open and blood flowed out. He looked at the Blood Kirin's soft armor. There was only one mark. It hadn't even cracked. How is that possible? Qin Feiyang looked at the axe in his hand and then looked at the Blood Kirin's forehead. His eyes were full of disbelief. This time, he had used all his strength, but he still couldn't break the soft armor. Could it be a supreme quality sacred artifact? At the same time, the Blood Kirin looked around. Its red eyes were full of fear. "I didn't expect the Emperor Prison to be so scary. If it wasn't for the Kirin armor, I would have died at your hands." The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Kirin armor?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. "You don't know yet. The Kirin armor is a supreme quality sacred artifact. In this world, No one can break the defense of the Kirin armor. No. Your Chang Shui and the castle should be able to break it. But unfortunately, according to what this emperor knows, Pale Snow seemed to have been snatched away by a little beast at the divine site, and the castle seems to have been sealed. The Blood Kirin laughed. What? Chang Shui was stolen and the castle was sealed. Zheng is that true? Second and third grandpa's expressions changed. They turned to look at Lu Zheng. The emperor and the other two also looked at Emperor Hong in surprise. It's true. Lu Zheng and Emperor Hong nodded. How could this be? Hearing that, the emperor, second grandpa, and third grandpa couldn't help but turn pale. Stealing Chang Shui and sealing the castle, just how terrifying was that little beast's strength? Without Chang Shui, we can't break the defense of the soft armor. Grandpa, go help. Use your heavenly great sword. The emperor looked at Emperor Hong anxiously. Heavenly great sword is not as strong as that axe. Besides, in this situation, if I get involved, I will only drag Fei Yong down. Emperor Hong shook his head. Then what should we do? The emperor was worried. Don't panic. We have to believe in Fei Yong. He must have a way to defeat the Blood Kirin. Emperor Hong clenched his hands and said, a top-quality divine artifact, high in the sky. Qin Fei Yong glanced at the Kirin armor, his eyes flickering. How is it? Do you feel desperate now? The Blood Kirin laughed. Qin Fei Yong waved his hand and put away the axe. After the previous confrontation, his mind slowly calmed down, and he said, the Sky Devil flag is also a top-quality divine artifact, right? That's right. The Blood Kirin nodded, but suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked around in surprise. He muttered, wait, why don't I see the Sky Devil flag? Although Zhuge Mingyang was dead, the Sky Devil flag should still be there, right? After all, it was a top-quality divine artifact. Qin Fei Yong didn't have the ability to destroy it. Could it be? It suddenly looked at Qin Fei Yong. Did it fall into the hands of this person? Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1797. I know what you're thinking. But I'm not interested in the Sky Demon flag at all. I just want to destroy it, but it ran away. Qin Fei Yong said. Ran away? The Blood Kirin was stunned. It couldn't even speak properly. Yes. Qin Fei Yong nodded. Ha, the Sky Demon flag is a supreme-grade divine artifact. How could it run away? This is the biggest joke in the world. There should be a limit to bragging. Bragging like this will only make people laugh their heads off. The Blood Kirin raised its head and laughed. Its laughter was full of sarcasm. However, the next moment, its body stiffened, and its laughter stopped abruptly as it looked behind Qin Fei Yong in shock. In the void behind Qin Fei Yong, several figures appeared out of thin air. These people, whether it was their appearance or their clothes, were exactly the same as Qin Fei Yong. The Blood Kirin's face was full of disbelief. 3,000 clones. Qin Fei Yong said. I know it's 3,000 clones. I also know that you took them from Zhuge Mingyang. But it's only been a few years. How can you create so many clones? The Blood Kirin said. After counting carefully, there were 300 to 400 clones. And it was still increasing. Do you still need to ask? Of course, it's because I'm smart. Qin Fei Yong said expressionlessly. Finally, all 500 clones appeared behind Qin Fei Yong. The Blood Kirin said, 500 clones. It's just as Master said. Not one more, not one less. Since the demon ancestor already told you, why do you look so surprised? Qin Fei Yong raised his eyebrows and said. What you hear may be false, but seeing is believing. The Blood Kirin said. That's true. Qin Fei Yong nodded. Boom. The next moment. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, 500 statues appeared. Heaven and earth shook. There's no sign of hand seals. The dragon god skill has evolved to a perfect skill. The Blood Kirin mumbled. In fact, it basically knew Qin Fei Yong's methods. This was because the ancestral fiend's consciousness had returned to the reincarnation sea after leaving the divine ruin. Answer me a question. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood Kirin coldly. What is it? The blood Kirin frowned. Qin Feiyang asked, when I was still at the divine site, the divine beast that appeared in the imperial palace, was it you? That's me. The blood Kirin said proudly. In other words, it was you who forced my father to order the commander of the Kirin army to enter the Lu family and awaken Zhuge Shunfeng? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. It's me. This emperor still wants to destroy the Lu family so that you won't even have the chance to collect your corpse. The blood Kirin sneered. Its eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Then why didn't you do it? Qin Feiyang asked. Although the Lu family had a Baisema, the ancestral fiend didn't know about it. If the ancestral fiend had known, he wouldn't have allowed Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster to destroy the Lu family. The blood Kirin said, it was because of the master's orders. The ancestral fiend's orders? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, then why did he let Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster come? Because the master has already retrieved the divine body. He let Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster come because he wanted to see the Lu family's power. He also wanted to test someone's attitude. The blood Kirin said. Someone? Who? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It wasn't hard to understand what the blood Kirin was saying. The ancestral fiend was very afraid of this person. And this person was related to the Lu family. Otherwise, why would the ancestral fiend test him? This person's identity is different. I don't know if I should tell you. The blood Kirin hesitated. Who is he? Even the ancestral fiend is afraid of him. I can't believe there is someone like him in this world. Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin laughed and said, if you can beat me, I will tell you. Okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The 500 statues picked up their broken swords and charged at the blood Kirin. The sky and earth suddenly lost its color. The sky was filled with wind and clouds. Aside from the master, you are the first person to have a perfect divine skill. Don't disappoint me. After he said that, the blood Kirin's body started to grow. What? The ancestral fiend has a perfect divine skill? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Of course. Otherwise, why would Mu Tianyang and Mu Tianjun ask Qin Batian to join forces? You will never be able to imagine the master's power. True God body, open. The blood Kirin roared into the sky. Its body, which had already grown to a height of a few dozen meters, suddenly stood up like a human. Its muscles bulged. The hair on his body stood on end. The Kirin's armor also grew as the blood Kirin's body grew. At this moment, it looked like a giant wearing battle armor, and its body was filled with a destructive aura. Clang. The 500 statues had already arrived. The broken sword's light was earth-shattering. It destroyed everything in its path. Dragon God spell. I want to see how strong it is after evolving to a perfect divine skill. The blood Kirin raised its claws and punched the first statue. It is not dodging. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The blood Kirin was too confident. Boom. Clang. At this moment, the blood Kirin's claws were several times bigger than a millstone. It punched the broken sword. There was a deafening sound that filled the sky. Catcher. The next moment, under Qin Feiyang's horrified gaze, cracks actually appeared on the broken sword. In less than 3 breaths, the broken sword broke into pieces and turned into pure divine power that floated in the air. How is that possible? Qin Feiyang shook his head. He could not accept this. At the same time, although the blood Kirin had shattered the broken sword, it was also sent flying by the power of the broken sword. Also, although it was protected by the soft armor, drops of divine blood still dripped from the corners of its mouth. You were able to hurt me. You are indeed strong. No wonder Zhuge Mingyang and the Grandmaster were not able to defeat you. However, since I dared to stay here, that means I am not afraid of you. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. Then, it stepped forward. It was like a beast in human form as it attacked the statues. There was a loud rumbling sound. The broken sword kept shattering. The statues kept disintegrating. It was like an invincible god of war. Although it was sent flying by the broken sword again and again, it did not look weak at all. The more Qin Feiyang looked, the more frightened he became. Was this the power of the Kirin? One had to know. Previously, even the Sky Demon flag had fled at the sight of these statues. But now, the Blood Kirin was not at a disadvantage. No. The Blood Kirin was powerful not only because of its bloodline power. It could not reach this level with just its bloodline power. The biggest reason was the Kirin armor on the Blood Kirin's body and the True God body that the Blood Kirin had activated. This True God body was also a divine art. And its level was not low. In other words, it was because of the Kirin armor, the True God body, and the bloodline power of the Kirin that the Blood Kirin was so powerful. Rumble, as the statues were shattered, the Blood Kirin's aura became more and more terrifying. Its expression was full of confidence and contempt for Qin Feiyang. The Emperor said in a deep voice, "The Blood Kirin's power is beyond imagination. After all, it is the Kirin. If it was an ordinary beast, even if they had the same cultivation level as the Blood Kirin, they would only be able to run away in the face of Fei Yang's 3,000 clones and the Dragon God art." Emperor Hong sighed. He was worried. Inside the enchantment, second grandpa, third grandpa, and the other members of the Lu family were also worried. Lu Jing noticed this scene. He looked at the people around him and smiled at second grandpa and third grandpa. "You don't have to worry." "What do you mean?" The two of them looked at Lu Zheng suspiciously. Lu Zheng looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. "Cousin, you haven't shown your trump card yet." "Trump card?" Second grandpa and third grandpa looked at each other. Maybe he doesn't even need to use his trump card to kill the Blood Kirin. Lu Zheng mumbled. Rumble. Finally. The last statue was also shattered. A perfect divine art is just SOSO. The Blood Kirin laughed. Then, it swooped down and attacked Qin Feiyang. That terrifying aura, that boundless divine power, intimidated the hearts of everyone present. Qin Feiyang was very calm. He asked, "What level of divine art is the True God body?" "High-tier divine art." The Blood Kirin laughed evilly. "High-tier divine art, no wonder it is so strong." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although the God Dragon skill was a perfect divine art, the Blood Kirin's cultivation level was one level higher than his. Plus, the True God body was a top-tier divine art. It made up for the difference. But the True God body and the Kirin armor, these divine arts and weapons were very suitable for the white-eyed wolf. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the Blood Kirin and said, "Give me the Kirin armor and the True God body, and I will leave you with a full corpse." "What?" The Blood Kirin was shocked. "Give me the Kirin armor and the True God body." Qin Feiyang said, "You heard me. I want you to give me the Kirin armor and the True God body." "Huh?" The Blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. It asked, "Are you stupid? Why else would you say something like that?" "I am serious." Qin Feiyang said. "I am serious," the Blood Kirin mumbled. It was furious, and it roared, "You little piece of shit. Who do you think you are talking to?" Qin Feiyang remained silent, and his eyes seemed to be suffused with strands of cold light. "Things have come to this point, and you don't know how to run. Instead, you want my divine arts and weapons. You are so stupid. I don't understand. How can an idiot like you live until this day? But this is the end. I will send you on your way now. It won't be long before your father, your grandfather, your brother, your grandfather. Anyway, everyone who is related to you will accompany you. At least you won't be lonely on the road to hell." The Blood Kirin bared its teeth and smiled. Its enormous body charged towards Qin Feiyang like a meteorite with a ferocious aura. Its blood-red eyes flickered with a frightening ferocity. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, Chapter 1798. "Send me on my way," Qin Feiyang murmured. Just as the Blood Kirin was about to attack him, Qin Feiyang used the walk formula to dodge it. The Blood Kirin was furious. Why was he so fast? This was not the first time that Qin Feiyang had used the walk formula to dodge its fatal attack. The demon ancestor had told it about the power of the walk formula, but it did not seem to be this powerful. "The last time I fought with Zhuge Mingyang, I was only a false god. At that time, I could not use the power of the walk formula at all. Because the walk formula needs to be supported by divine power. So, after I broke through to the war god realm, the power of the walk formula is not the same as before. Although your cultivation is higher than mine, you can't keep up with my speed. This is the power of the godly art. Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin frowned and said, so, as long as you have the walk formula, you will be invincible. That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded. I see. It seems that killing you is not as easy as I thought. But, you must die today. The blood Kirin raised its head and roared. The blood in its body surged and turned into blood-red flames. It roared, don't dodge if you dare. After he finished saying those words, the flames began to surge toward Qin Feiyang from all directions. This was the Kirin's divine flame. It had a terrifying lethality. As you wish. Qin Feiyang said lightly. Boom. All of a sudden. His aura soared. In the next moment. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Qin Feiyang's cultivation soared to the war god realm. This is, second grandpa and the others were surprised. Rising Dragon Formula, Lu Zheng said word by word. Rising Dragon Formula? Second grandpa was stunned and said, I have heard of this Rising Dragon Formula. It is only a battle formula, right? There was a huge difference between a battle formula and a divine formula. Although he could still use battle arts after breaking through to the divine battle realm, their power would not be as strong as before. Take the Dragon Ascension incantation as an example. When one's cultivation level was still at the Battle Sage or Battle Emperor realm, it could increase one's cultivation level by a small realm after activating it. However, once he broke through to the Divine War God realm, the amplification effect would be greatly reduced. In other words, it was definitely impossible. It was still the same as before, enough to increase a small cultivation realm. It was indeed a battle art in the past. But when he broke through to the war god level, little cousin evolved the soaring dragon technique into a deity technique. Lu Zheng smiled. I see. Second grandpa suddenly understood. If it was a deity incantation, then there was nothing to say. Zheng, this should be the trump card you were talking about, right? It is indeed quite terrifying. Third grandpa smiled. There were many battle arts that could increase one's cultivation in this world. However, deity arts that could increase one's cultivation were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. He didn't know about other places. However, in the Great Qin Empire, he had never encountered a divine technique that could increase one's cultivation. No. Lu Zheng shook his head. What? Third grandpa was stunned. This answer was completely out of his expectations. This wasn't a trump card. High up in the sky. Seeing Qin Feiyang's cultivation soar to the level of a beginner war god, the blood Kirin was dumbfounded. It had never expected Qin Feiyang to have such a terrifying trump card. Originally, I wanted to use the soaring dragon technique when I fought with the demon ancestor to give him a surprise. But I didn't expect you to be so strong. So, even if you die, you can die without regrets. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he waved his hand and an invisible force surged out and pounced on the blood Kirin's divine flame. Boom. When he had just become a war god, he could already compete with the blood Kirin, let alone now. The blood Kirin's divine flame was instantly extinguished. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang used the movement formula again. The blood Kirin couldn't react to that terrifying speed at all. Boom. Qin Feiyang landed behind the blood Kirin and punched the blood Kirin's back with the power of the dragon. Roar. With a wail, the blood Kirin was sent flying. Although the Kirin's armor protected its body, several of the divine bones on its back were shattered. Kid, you are finished. You are completely finished. You will end up in a miserable state. The blood Kirin stabilized its body and roared like thunder. Roar. A gigantic beast shadow rose from its back. Immediately, a monstrous ferocious aura enveloped the area. That beast shadow was also a blood Kirin. Its entire body was blood red. But the difference was that the beast shadow's aura was several times more terrifying than the blood Kirin's. Moreover, in the middle of the beast shadow's eyebrows, there was a palm-sized divine flame pattern. The pattern was blood red, like a blood lotus. This is, Qin Feiyang was stunned as he stared at the divine flame pattern. His eyes were full of surprise. He was no stranger to this divine flame pattern. When he fought with the fire dragon's fighting soul had the same divine flame pattern in the middle of its eyebrows. According to Yu Huang, that was the ancestral dragon fighting soul. The so-called ancestral dragon was the first divine dragon born between heaven and earth. For example, the fire dragon, the water dragon, the gold dragon, the ice dragon, etc. In other words, these ancestral dragons were the ancestors of various divine dragons. At this moment, the two patterns were exactly the same. The only difference was the color. The fire dragon's ancestral dragon fighting soul had a fiery red divine flame pattern. The blood Kirin's fighting soul had a blood-red divine flame pattern. What did this mean? It meant that the blood Kirin's fighting soul was most likely the ancestral Kirin's fighting soul. The blood Kirin laughed and said, "Looking at your eyes, it seems that you already know what fighting soul this is." Ancestral Kirin. Qin Feiyang said. "That's right. Despair." The blood Kirin laughed loudly. The ancestral Kirin fighting soul roared and pounced on Qin Feiyang. Even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel frightened by that terrifying aura. Ancestral Kirin. Fighting soul, although it is very strong, it is useless against my little cousin. Lu Zheng laughed mockingly. Roar. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the purple gold dragon soul roared out. It is useless. The blood Kirin laughed maniacally. If you had personally witnessed the battle between me and Zhuge Mingyang, you would definitely not have activated your fighting soul in front of me. And you would not have said the word useless. Qin Feiyang said. What do you mean? The blood Kirin raised his eyebrows. You will understand soon. Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly and opened his eye of heaven. Roar. Immediately, above Qin Feiyang's head, an ancestral Kirin fighting soul appeared. The aura it exuded was no weaker than the blood Kirin's fighting soul. What is going on? The blood Kirin was stunned. Qin Feiyang had also activated the ancestral Kirin fighting soul. Boom. The two fighting souls attacked each other. Their powers were on par. Finally, accompanied by two wails, the two fighting souls disintegrated at the same time. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The blood Kirin shook its head. Nothing is impossible in this world. Your powers are indeed terrifying. But compared to me, you are still far from it. You should be the one in despair. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, his 3,000 clones appeared. 500 statues appeared out of thin air. Previously, he could not break the seal on the Kirin armor because his cultivation was not high enough. But now, he was also a beginner war god and was very confident. Clang. As he waved his hand, the 500 statues shook the sky and charged towards the blood Kirin. Shatter all of them. The blood Kirin roared angrily and jumped up, punching the statues. However, although the blood Kirin was not afraid, the Kirin armor on its body was afraid of Qin Feiyang at this moment. Clang. Just as the blood Kirin and the statues collided, the Kirin armor took the initiative to fall off the blood Kirin. Just like the sky demon flag, it retreated. The blood Kirin had never expected this turn of events and its expression changed drastically. Without the protection of the Kirin armor, how could it fight? Immediately, it also wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom. Clang. The blood Kirin's claws and the broken sword collided. The statues were unharmed. The broken sword was also unharmed. However, the blood Kirin's claws were shattered on the spot and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Its enormous body was sent flying by the strike. With just one strike, the blood Kirin was severely injured. However, Qin Feiyang did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the Kirin armor. Whoosh! The Kirin armor was a supreme-grade divine artifact and had its own consciousness. When it saw Qin Feiyang's gaze lock onto it, it immediately fled into the sky. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and used the walk-word technique. He stepped in front of the Kirin armor and said, "Do you think I will let you slip away like the sky demon flag? Now, you only have one choice, and that is to submit to me." As he spoke, The 500 divine statues also arrived and surrounded the Chilean's armor. The terrifying sharpness made the Kirene armor despair. It floated in the void and kept trembling. It was afraid. I will count to 3. If you do not submit, you will be crushed. 3, 2, 1. Qin Feiyang shouted. The Kirene armor flew in front of Qin Feiyang in fear and sent out a wave of emotions to submit. Not bad. Qin Feiyang nodded with satisfaction. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the Blood Kirene was so angry that it almost went crazy. The Kirene armor's betrayal made it lose the courage to continue fighting. It turned around and fled in panic. Qin Feiyang ignored it. He cut his finger and dripped a drop of purple-gold dragon blood onto the Kirene armor. However, unexpectedly, the Kirene armor did not absorb the purple-gold dragon blood. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. It couldn't bind with blood. Emperor Hong shouted, Feiyang, don't worry about it. Go after the Blood Kirene. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Blood Kirene. The Blood Kirene had already rushed 10,000 miles away and was opening a portal to escape. It can't escape. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He sent the Kirene armor to the Black Tortoise world first and then used teleportation and the walk character art at the same time. His speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the portal, his aura roaring with destruction. There was no need for him to do anything. The portal was shattered. Damn it. The Blood Kirene was shocked and angry. This speed was too ridiculously fast. Rumble. Clang. The 500 incarnations also brought the 500 idols with them to attack. Seeing this, the Blood Kirene's eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang, who had activated the soaring dragon art, was too strong. If the Kirene armor was here, it would have dared to fight. But now, the Kirene armor had betrayed it. With its own strength, it was not confident. Genius memorized this site's address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1799. The 500 doppelgangers arrived and surrounded the Blood Kirene. The 500 doppelgangers moved toward the Blood Kirene. The Blood Kirene quickly said, Qin Feiyang, let's talk. The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth pursed into a mocking smile as he said indifferently, Can you hand over the true god physique now? The Blood Kirene said, Will you let me go if I give you the true god body? Do you really think you have what it takes to negotiate with me? Qin Feiyang said. His eyes looked cold. The Blood Kirene's pupils shrank. Then, it rolled its eyes and laughed coldly. What do you think will happen if I blow myself up here? Blow yourself up. Qin Feiyang froze. He laughed and said, If you were willing to blow yourself up, why are you talking so much crap to me? The Blood Kirene was annoyed. It had wanted to scare Qin Feiyang and run away. But Qin Feiyang hadn't fallen for it. Not bad. Blowing himself up was suicide. A Kirene like it was a low-level war god. Its life was more important than anything else. Why would it blow itself up? Qin Feiyang said, I'll say it one last time. Give me the true god body. The Blood Kirene roared, No way. Just kill me. Okay, I'll help you. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and pulled out an axe. He twisted the axe and swung it toward the Blood Kirene's forehead. Don't. The Blood Kirene was shocked. It quickly said, Can you give me a chance? I can work for you. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He spun his arm and swung the axe at the Blood Kirene's belly. Roar. The Blood Kirene screamed as its sea of qi shattered. This time, Qin Feiyang was completely at ease. That was right. His goal wasn't to kill the Blood Kirene, but to destroy its sea of qi. If the Blood Kirene's sea of qi was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to blow itself up. Now, the Blood Kirene realized what had happened. It shouted, You dirty bastard. Qin Feiyang said, In terms of despicableness, I'm still far inferior to the fiend ancestor. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands, and an enslavement seal appeared. This is, looking at the slave mark, the Blood Kirene was terrified. However, with its chi-si crippled and its cultivation crippled, it had no strength to resist at all. It could only watch as the slave seal sank into its head. Ah, the Blood Kirene screamed. Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with astonishment. After the slave mark entered the blood Kirin's mind, he immediately sensed that there was another mark inside the blood Kirin's body. It was the blood soul technique. Boom. The slave mark was overbearing. It shattered the blood soul spell and took control of the blood Kirin. After controlling the blood Kirin, Qin Feiyang frowned. I thought you were willing to work for Demon Alpha. TSK. How could a Chilean divine beast like this emperor be willing to work for you humans? The blood Kirin looked at him with disdain. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood Kirin grunted coldly. Don't think that just because you used the slave mark to control me, I will listen to you. Qin Feiyang said, it's not up to you to listen or not. After that, he raised his hands again and formed a seal. Soon, another mark appeared. It was a puppet mark. What is this? The blood Kirin was shocked. This is a puppet skill. It is a secret control skill that I found in a godly site. This technique can forcibly read your memories and completely strip you of your consciousness, turning you into a puppet. Then, no matter what I ask you to do, you will do it. Qin Feiyang said. When the blood Kirin heard this, it was terrified. If it really became a puppet, it would be pointless to live. No, no, no. Isn't it just a true god body? I will give it to you. We can talk about this. The blood Kirin said anxiously. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He dispersed the puppet mark and said, okay, let me ask you now. Where is the lair of the demon ancestor? The blood Kirin did not dare to hide it anymore. It said truthfully, he is in the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation, a place called Demon Dragon Island. Demon Dragon Island, Qin Feiyang muttered and asked, can I teleport there directly? No. Demon Dragon Island was once a forbidden area of the Sea of Reincarnation. Not only can you not teleport, but you can also block the search of divine sense. Even Mu Qing's all-seeing eye could not detect the situation of Demon Dragon Island. If you want to enter Demon Island, you can only fly in. The blood Kirin said. Forbidden area. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, how long do I have to fly? The blood Kirin said, it only takes half an hour for a war god of small success stage. However, even if you enter Demon Dragon Island, you may not be able to find the demon ancestor. Why? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Because Demon Dragon Island is too big. I reckon that even 2 imperial capitals combined cannot compare to it. The blood Kirin said. So big. Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. Although I know where the demon ancestor is hiding, he must have expected that I have fallen into your hands after you broke the blood soul technique. With his cautious personality, he must have moved by now. In other words, even if I take you there now, you will not be able to see him. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang frowned. Whoosh. At this moment, Old Man Qin and the others returned. Seeing that the blood Kirin was surrounded by Qin Feiyang's clones, the 4 of them immediately rushed to Qin Feiyang's side with murderous intent. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, the blood Kirin is already under my control. Old Man Qin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai were stunned, but they were not surprised. Because they all knew Qin Feiyang's current strength. However, 4th Grandpa was quite surprised. He could even suppress the Kirin, which was a low-level god of war. What kind of skills did this kid have? Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 of them and asked, did you catch up with the water Kirin and the ink Kirin? No. Old Man Qin shook his head. Everything is expected. Qin Feiyang sighed. Once the portal was opened, there was no way to track it. Because only the person who opened the portal knew where they would be teleported to. It was even possible that when the water Kirin and the ink Kirin opened the portal, they did not go to the reincarnation sea to prevent being chased. Taking a step back. Even if the water Kirin and the ink Kirin did go to the reincarnation sea, it was too big. However, the Sea of Reincarnation was too big. Without knowing in advance, who knew where they would be teleported to? What should we do? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Tailai looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and frowned. Young master, the blood Kirin must know everything. Didn't you ask him? I did, but, Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation. Blood soul technique? Transfer? Zhao Tailai raised his eyebrows. It seemed that it was not easy to find the demon ancestor. But in the current situation, they had to find the demon ancestor as soon as possible and stop him from merging with the divine body. Otherwise, when he completely merged with the divine body, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. They might even lose the battle. After all, when they sealed the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Tianjun, and Qin Batian worked together. One could imagine how terrifying this person's strength was. Fourth Grandpa suddenly said, "If he really left the Demon Dragon Island, I have a way to find his whereabouts." "What way?" Qin Feiyang and the others immediately looked at Fourth Grandpa. Fourth Grandpa said, "The Lu family has a divine artifact called the Sky-Stealing Mirror. Like the Sky Eye, it has the ability to spy on everything." "Then let's try it," Zhao Tailai urged. Fourth Grandpa looked down at Second Grandpa in the barrier and said, "Second brother, let them revive the Sky-Stealing Mirror." "Okay." Second Grandpa nodded and instantly disappeared. Whoosh. At this time, Emperor Hong also flew over with the Emperor and the others, holding Yang Nanshan's body in his hand. Looking at Yang Nanshan, Qin Feiyang's body suddenly emitted a monstrous murderous aura. The blood Kirin next to him immediately showed a strong sense of uneasiness. Yang Nanshan's death was caused by it. Qin Feiyang probably wouldn't let him go easily. Emperor Hong sighed and said, "Feiyang, the dead can't be resurrected. Find a place and bury him." "No. Because one day, he will be resurrected." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Resurrected?" Emperor Hong was stunned and said in surprise, "Do you want to?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "I won't allow it," Emperor Hong said resolutely. Although he didn't see Qin Feiyang use the fourth move of the Dragon God Art in the Black Tortoise realm with his own eyes, he already knew the whole process from Zhuge Mingyang. And as the son of Emperor Qin, he also knew the price to pay to open the fourth move of the Gate of Rebirth. So, he would not allow Qin Feiyang to do such a thing. Opening the Gate of Rebirth was simply an act of suicide. Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Nanshan's face, was silent for a while, then raised his head to look at Emperor Hong, and laughed. "Great-grandfather, don't worry, before I get rid of Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang, I won't do that. Even after we get rid of Demon Ancestor and Mu Tianyang, I won't allow you to do that," Emperor Hong said angrily. Qin Feiyang smiled, and brought Yang Nanshan's corpse into the Black Tortoise realm. Seeing this, the blood Kirin heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had temporarily saved his life. "Grandfather, what were you and Feiyang talking about just now? It seems to be very serious." The Emperor looked at Emperor Hong suspiciously. Emperor Hong sighed, "You probably don't know about the fourth move of the Dragon God Art, right?" The Emperor shook his head. Ever since Emperor Qin left, the Dragon God Art had never appeared again, and because the fourth move was too terrifying, there were no records of it left behind in the Imperial Palace. As a result, other than Emperor Hong, who was the son of Emperor Qin, no one else in the Qin clan knew what the fourth move of the Dragon God Art was. "This fourth move is called the Gate of Rebirth." Emperor Hong sighed deeply, and slowly explained the profound meaning of the Gate of Rebirth. Black Tortoise Realm. Devil's Land, above the medicine field. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air with Yang Nanshan in his arms. Below, the Qilin armor floated in the air. The 9 great beast emperors surrounded the Qilin armor and looked at it curiously. They were all wondering what kind of holy artifact was this, to have such a terrifying aura. "What are you doing?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Young lord." The 9 great beast emperors quivered and immediately flew in front of Qin Feiyang, bowing respectfully. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head to look at Yang Nanshan, and muttered with a smile, "Uncle Yang, don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life." Finished. He raised his head to look at the 9 great beast emperors and said, "Freeze Uncle Yang and take good care of him. Remember, there can be no accidents, or else I will let you all accompany him in death." "Yes, sir." The 9 great beast emperors' bodies trembled as they hurriedly bowed and replied. Chapter 1800. Yang Nanshan's death made Qin Feiyang's heart ache. But he also knew that now was not the time to be sad. The great enemy had not been eliminated. No matter how many emotions he had to suppress them. After the 9 divine beasts took Yang Nanshan away, Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze and looked in front of the Kirin armor. He said, "Tell me, why can't I drip blood on it?" "Because the demon ancestor's blood contract is still there." A voice came from the Kirin armor. The voice was full, like that of a young man in his 20s. Hearing this voice, Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise, "You can speak? Even a supreme-grade divine artifact can speak." The Kirin armor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and frowned. "You just said that the demon ancestor's blood contract is still there." "Yes." The Kirin armor said. "Don't lie to me. If the demon ancestor's blood contract is still there, can the blood Kirin revive you?" Qin Feiyang said. 4 supreme-grade divine artifacts, as long as we artifact spirits want to, we can revive them even if they don't recognize us as masters. The Kirin armor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and asked, "Then wouldn't Blue Snow and the ancient castle also be able to revive without needing to recognize an owner? I haven't seen Chang Shui and the castle with my own eyes, but from what Zhuge Mingyang and the others described, they should be beyond the level of supreme-grade divine artifacts. Such divine artifacts can be revived without recognizing us as masters." The Kirin armor said. "I see." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He remembered that when he gave Chang Shui and the castle to the willow tree, he would first erase the blood contract. Because he had always thought that no matter what level a divine artifact was, it needed to recognize its master before it could be revived. Only now did he understand. This was the so-called ignorance. In ignorance, one would do a lot of unnecessary things. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked suspiciously, "What was the demon ancestor's cultivation before?" The Kirin armor said, "Lesser-tier war god." "He's only a low-level war god." Qin Feiyang was taken aback. His expression was filled with astonishment. He had thought that Demon Alpha was at least a high-level war god or a perfect war god. He hadn't expected her to have the same level of cultivation as the Blood Kirin. "I'm talking about 10,000 years ago. He was a war god at the small completion stage. Back then, the Blood Kirin was just a false god. If the devil ancestor wasn't heavily injured back then, he would have reached the level of a perfect war god or even a perfect war god." Qilin armor said. "You're right." Qin Feiyang nodded. All these years, the fiend ancestor had been restoring his divine soul. Moreover, without a divine body, he couldn't cultivate. As a result, his cultivation remained at the same level as it was 10,000 years ago. The Blood Kirin had been practicing all these years, so it was only natural for it to catch up to Demon Alpha. However, this was good news for him. Even though the fiend ancestor had fused with his divine body, he was still only a low-level war god. With his current strength, it should not be difficult to kill the fiend ancestor. Don't think that you can be careless just because the devil ancestor is a low-level war god. You will never be able to imagine his methods. Let me put it this way. With the strength you have shown now, you will only be killed. Moreover, he has a heaven-defying divine artifact." Qilin armor snorted coldly. "Is it that strong?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Qilin armor said, "When you fight with him, you will understand how powerful he is." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang immediately stopped underestimating him. Not long ago, the Blood Kirin had said this. Now, the Qilin armor had said the same thing. It seemed that it was not an alarmist talk. However, the fiend ancestor's blood contract could be erased. Qin Feiyang's mind moved. His divine consciousness emerged and entered the Qilin armor to search for the blood contract. Soon, he found a blood-red mark on the chest of the Qilin armor. That was the blood contract. Immediately after, he waved his hand, and the power of the dragon surged out and rushed toward the blood contract. However, the process was not as easy as he had imagined. The blood contract was extremely stubborn. It was impossible to erase it in an instant, and it was still resisting with all its might. A blood contract dares to act rashly. Destroy it. Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. His divine power crazily poured into the Qilin armor, engulfing the blood contract with an earth-shattering force. In fact, he also knew that this was not the blood contract resisting. It was the fiend ancestor's will that was stopping him. Although the Chilean armor and the Fiend Ancestor were in the Black Tortoise world and the Sea of Reincarnation, the Fiend Ancestor could clearly sense that someone was forcefully erasing the Chilean armor's blood contract. Encountering such a thing, the Fiend Ancestor naturally could not sit idly by. After all, the Chilean armor was not an ordinary divine artifact. It was a supreme-grade divine artifact. No one would want it to be taken away by someone else. However, Qin Feiyang was also determined to erase this blood contract today. The power of the dragon continued to erode the Fiend Ancestor's blood contract. After hundreds of breaths of struggle, the blood contract finally disappeared. Qin Feiyang, you are courting death. Sea of Reincarnation. Somewhere in the demonic Dragon Island, an angry roar suddenly sounded with a monstrous murderous intent. Black Tortoise World. Qin Feiyang was sweating profusely at this moment. Although he had successfully erased the Fiend Ancestor's blood contract, he was also exhausted. The power of the dragon in his body was almost exhausted. From this, it could be seen. The Fiend Ancestor's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Do you understand? This is the Fiend Ancestor's strength. It is already so difficult to erase the blood contract before he has successfully merged with the divine body. When he succeeds, you won't be able to do it. The Chilean armor said. Qin Feiyang did not refute this sentence. Because it was the truth. It was also because he knew that the Fiend Ancestor was still in a weak state that he made a prompt decision to erase the blood contract. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He once again cut his index finger and a drop of purple-gold dragon blood fell on the Chilean armor. Buzz. Immediately, the Chilean armor emitted a purple-gold divine light. The blood contract was quickly completed. Let me make it clear in advance. I can serve you in the future, but if I encounter an opponent that I cannot defeat, I will not help you. The Chilean armor said. You, an artifact spirit, are afraid of death. Qin Feiyang sneered. The Chilean armor said disapprovingly, an artifact spirit is also a life and has its own thoughts. Is it strange to be afraid of death? Then tell me, what kind of opponent is invincible? Qin Feiyang said. I will judge this myself. In short, as long as you can threaten my body, I will immediately disappear. Don't think that I am joking. And don't think that with the blood contract binding me, I will unconditionally obey your orders. The artifact spirit snorted coldly. Then what do I need a divine artifact like you for? Why don't I just erase you now? Qin Feiyang laughed angrily. Erase me? The artifact spirit seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and his words were full of sarcasm. You think I don't dare? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. I admit that you are my master now. If you want to erase me, it will be as easy as blowing off dust. But do you know? If you erase me, the artifact spirit, the Chilean armor will instantly fall from a top-grade divine artifact to an ordinary divine artifact. Ask yourself, are you willing to do so? The artifact spirit was fearless. So this is what you are relying on. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization, and then the corner of his mouth pursed into a cold smile, and said, but it seems that you still don't understand my temper, Qin Feiyang. Immediately, his mind moved. The artifact spirit suddenly screamed. A blood contract was the same as a secret technique like an enslavement seal. As long as there was a blood contract, with a thought, the artifact spirit could be erased. What are you doing? Are you really not afraid that the Chilean armor will become an ordinary divine artifact? Seeing that Qin Feiyang was serious, the artifact spirit panicked. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, a disobedient divine artifact, I would rather destroy it. Don't, I'll listen. The artifact spirit was terrified, and shouted again and again. Is that so? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I will protect you with my life. The artifact spirit said in fear. At this time. Only then did Qin Feiyang stop, his eyes full of sneers. A mere artifact spirit dared to clamor with him? He was really reckless. Qin Feiyang said, go to my Qi. Yes. The artifact spirit respectfully responded, and then controlled the Chilean armor, and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. Qin Feiyang glanced at it, shook his head, and prepared to leave the black tortoise world. Wait. But suddenly, he frowned, took out the axe, and lowered his head to look at it. The Chilean armor could not recognize its master because the demon ancestor's blood contract was still there. Then this axe could not recognize its master. Was it also because of the blood contract? No. When he first obtained the axe, he had checked it, and there was no blood contract inside. Moreover, Zhao Tailai had obtained the axe for so long, if there really was a blood contract, he should have discovered it long ago. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang released his spirit sense again and poured it into the axe, wanting to confirm it again. In the end, there was indeed no blood contract inside the axe. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang muttered. The undead should know, but when he asked, the undead did not say anything. He did not know if this undead was really unable to speak, or was he pretending not to be able to speak. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang closed his eyes, and his perception extended infinitely. Back then, after bringing the undead to the black tortoise world, he did not pay attention to it anymore, and he did not know what it was doing now. Suddenly, his expression froze. The next moment, he appeared in the desert above the undead mountain range. Below, a vague figure was wandering in the void, as if looking for something. This vague figure was the undead, and Qin Feiyang found that compared to before, the outline of the undead was much clearer. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "What are you doing?" The undead froze, raising its head to look at Qin Feiyang, seemingly with a kind of fear. Qin Feiyang glanced around, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said, "Don't tell me, you're devouring the undead here?" Hearing this, the undead immediately lowered its head, and the fear in its heart grew stronger. "You're really devouring the undead here?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just guessing. Because this undead had devoured other undead in the ancient world before. Now, this undead happened to be in the desert. And in this desert, there was nothing else except the storm and the undead. If this undead said that it was devouring the storm, it was definitely impossible. So he guessed that it was devouring the undead. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and landed in front of the undead, and asked doubtfully, "Why are you devouring the undead?" The undead was silent. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me the reason, maybe I'll continue to let you devour the undead here, but if you don't, I'll take you out of the desert now." Hearing this, the undead's fear immediately disappeared, but it was replaced by a trace of joy, but at the same time, there seemed to be a trace of hesitation. Genius remembered the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1801. Seeing that the undead didn't speak for a long time, Qin Feiyang began to lose his patience and said, "Leave with me." The undead hurriedly waved his hand, meaning not to take him away. "As I said, it's not impossible to stay here. But first, I want to know your identity and your intentions," Qin Feiyang said. The undead fell silent again. I don't know my identity." But suddenly, a timid voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, but it was very pleasant, like a young girl, but full of confusion. "You can talk." Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. The voice of the undead sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind, like the sound of nature, crisp and pleasant. Judging from the voice alone, she was definitely a beauty who could bring disaster to the country and the people. "Then why didn't you talk to me before?" Qin Feiyang looked at him suspiciously. "Before, I didn't dare." The undead seemed to be very afraid of Qin Feiyang, and his voice was timid. "You didn't dare? Do you think I'm a bad person?" Qin Feiyang was displeased. The undead said, "You're not a bad person, but you're not a good person either." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, "Since I'm not a good person in your eyes, why are you still following me?" The undead said, "Although you're not a good person, I can see that you have no malice towards me." "That's true. But you haven't answered yet. Why are you following me?" Qin Feiyang said. The undead said, "Following you, I feel safe." Qin Feiyang was stunned. Such a simple reason? Qin Feiyang said, "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "No." The undead shook his head. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said suspiciously, "Just now you said that you don't know who you are. What does that mean?" My mind is completely blank. I don't remember anything. The only memory I have is to survive, struggle, and devour the undead in the ancient world. The undead said. You don't remember? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that one would lose their memories after becoming an undead? He didn't know much about the undead, so he couldn't tell whether this undead was lying to him or not. I'm not lying. I really don't have any memories. The undead seemed to have seen through Qin Feiyang's thoughts and said anxiously. Qin Feiyang said, then tell me, why are you devouring the undead? Devouring undead can make me stronger. Furthermore, when I was in the ancient realm, I heard from other undead that when they reached a certain level, they would be able to condense a body like yours. The undead said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. I don't know either, but I wish to condense a physical body. That way, I might be able to recover my memories. The undead said. It seems that the memory loss is real. Qin Feiyang mumbled. He looked down at the axe in his hand and said, then it seems that you don't know anything about this axe. The undead shook his head. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed regretfully. Although I don't have any memories, I can feel that this axe gives me a very familiar feeling. That's why I protected it in the ancient realm. The undead said. I see. Then this axe must be related to you. Qin Feiyang thought for a while, shook the axe in his hand, and said with a smile, do you want to go back? The undead looked at him timidly. You don't have to be so afraid of me. As long as you don't have any evil intentions, I won't hurt you. I'll keep this axe first. When you recover your memories and it's really related to you, I'll return it to you. Qin Feiyang said. Okay. The undead nodded. All right then, you can continue. Qin Feiyang smiled. His figure flashed, and he appeared above the Lu family. Then, he threw the axe to Zhao Tailai. Zhao Tailai took the axe, looked at Qin Feiyang, and asked suspiciously, young master, where's Yang Nanshan? He's frozen. Qin Feiyang said. You want to resurrect him? Zhao Tailai was surprised. The emperor said in a deep voice, Feiyang, not only your great-grandfather, but I also won't allow it. Yes. You're now the pillar of the Great Qin Empire. The Great Qin Empire can't lose you. The three of them also nodded. Qin Feiyang took a look at the emperor and then at Qin Sheng and the other two. He smiled. What's with your attitude? Can't you see that we're concerned about you? Qin Sheng was dissatisfied. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Sheng said, then you have to give us an accurate answer. Who can tell what's going to happen in the future? We'll talk about it when we get there. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked down at third grandpa. He asked suspiciously, second grandpa hasn't come out yet? Third grandpa smiled and said, resurrecting the sky mirror is not easy. Don't worry. The sky mirror, Qin Feiyang mumbled. It was like Zhuge Mingyang's all-seeing eye. He didn't expect the Lu family to have such a treasure. No wonder it had been able to find him so easily. Old Qin suddenly said, Feiyang, what should we do with the blood Kirin? The blood Kirin's eyes trembled. He looked at Qin Feiyang, feeling very nervous. Qin Feiyang looked away and looked at the blood Kirin. He didn't say anything. After a while, Qin Feiyang coldly grunted and said, Uncle Yang died because of it. We should kill it to atone for our sins, but the demon Alpha is the one responsible. Hearing this, the blood Kirin sighed in relief. It seemed that its life was saved. The king frowned and said, are you going to let it go? Father, it is a low-level war god. It knows the demon Alpha well. Keeping it is more valuable than killing it. After Qin Feiyang said that, he turned to the blood Kirin and said, from now on, your duty is to protect the Great Qin. Protect the descendants of the Qin clan. Protect them. The blood Kirin was shocked. He frowned and said, I am not following you. I don't need that. You just need to protect father and the others. Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of disdain. The blood Kirin said, Kid, I am a Kirin. You need to think carefully. If it was following Qin Feiyang, it wouldn't mind. After all, Qin Feiyang was someone who dared to challenge the demon Alpha. It wouldn't be too humiliating. But if it protected the Great Qin, wouldn't that be lowering its status? I've thought it through. What? From the looks of it, you have a lot of objections to this arrangement of mine. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't dare. The blood Kirin hurriedly shook its head. What a joke. Its little life was in this person's hands. How could it have a problem? Qin Feiyang looked at it coldly. Suddenly, he turned to the emperor and said, Father, where is my little brother? He's fine now, but to you, the emperor said, his face full of worry. Obviously. The little prince still hated Qin Feiyang. Emperor Hong comforted him. Feiyang, don't be calculative. After all, he's still young and doesn't know anything. I know. If I was calculative, he would have been like the first prince and the others. On the contrary, I like him very much. Father, great-grandfather, you should pass the throne to him in the future, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The emperor and Emperor Hong looked at each other and immediately frowned. In fact, they had always left the throne of the great Qin for Qin Feiyang. Because, whether it was strength or brains, in their opinion, the little prince couldn't compare to Qin Feiyang. Letting Qin Feiyang succeed as the next emperor was the most suitable. I've said it countless times in the past, I have no interest in power. Last time, I helped the little prince ascend to the throne, not to take revenge on you. It was sincere. Qin Feiyang laughed. Hearing this, the emperor and Emperor Hong's faces were filled with helplessness. Qin Feiyang looked at the blood Kirin and said, After we destroy the demon ancestor, you will follow my little brother. Even if you have to sacrifice your life, you must protect him well. Yes, sir. The blood Kirin said reluctantly. It had seen the little prince before. He was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He actually wanted it, a Qilin, to protect him. There was no justice in this world. Emperor Hong frowned and said, Feiyang, your father and I are still here, so the matter of the successor to the throne is not up to you. We'll discuss it later. That's right. If we die, we don't care what you do. But right now, we are still alive. The emperor also said. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Looking at the two of them, they still wanted him to inherit the throne. But for the throne, he really wasn't interested in it at all. He just wanted to find his mother and live a simple life with his family. At this time, second grandpa appeared. Qin Feiyang asked, How is it? The stealing sky mirror can't find his whereabouts. Second grandpa shook his head. That means, the demon ancestor should still be on Demon Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, he turned to the blood Kirin and said, Blood Kirin, take us to Demon Dragon Island immediately. Are you sure you want to go? The blood Kirin frowned. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up. Qin Feiyang shouted. The blood Kirin said, Then don't you have to give me a spirit sea pill first to repair my chi si? Qin Feiyang took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to it. Then, he looked at Emperor Hong and the emperor, and said, You guys go back to the imperial city. Emperor Hong was stunned and hurriedly said, I'll go with you guys. The more people there are, the more we can take care of each other. Just let your father and the others go back. No. Father and the others are only false gods. If the demon ancestors' subordinates go to the imperial city, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop them. So, there must be a war god overseeing it. The imperial city has you overseeing it. The Lu family has fourth grandpa overseeing it. Only then can I be at ease fighting the demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. Emperor Hong wanted to say something, but the emperor smiled and said, Grandfather, let's listen to Feiyang's arrangement. All right. Emperor Hong looked at the emperor, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded helplessly. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Elder Qin and said with a smile, You don't have to go either. What do you mean? Elder Qin raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang took out the space-time gate and handed it to Elder Qin, saying, I need you to oversee the 9 prefectures. Oversee the 9 prefectures? Elder Qin was puzzled. Yes. Although the teleportation altar is destroyed, I'm worried that the demon ancestors' subordinates might be in the 9 prefectures. When dawn comes, open the space-time gate and go to the 9 prefectures. Qin Feiyang said. This fake space-time gate could only be opened once a day. Chapter 1802. This, old man Qin frowned. Qin Feiyang stuffed the space-time gate into Old Man Qin's hands and said with a smile, I believe that you don't want to see the people of the 9 continents plunged into misery and suffering. Old Man Qin said, I really don't want to see the people plunged into misery and suffering, but, all right, it's decided then. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, his words carrying a majesty that could not be disobeyed. He then looked at the Blood Kirin and said, give me the coordinates. All right. The Blood Kirin nodded. After the Blood Kirin gave him the coordinates, Qin Feiyang immediately opened the teleportation gate and brought the Blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai in without looking back. The teleportation gate quickly dissipated. Old Man Qin was stunned. He lowered his head to look at the space-time gate, feeling that something was wrong. Wait. Suddenly, Old Man Qin looked at Emperor Hong, the Emperor, and 4th Grandpa, and said, is this kid afraid that I will drag him down, so he sent me away and let me go to the 9 continents? Emperor Hong sighed, you've been with him for so long, don't you understand him? What do you mean? Old Man Qin was suspicious. 4th Grandpa said, what Emperor Hong means is that Feiyang is worried that we will be in danger, so he doesn't want us to follow. So that's how it is. Old Man Qin suddenly understood, and then said, Demon Ancestor's strength is so terrifying, can he handle it alone? I'm afraid he doesn't plan on coming back alive this time. The Emperor said worriedly. Old Man Qin said anxiously, then we can't let him go alone. How about this, I'll go support him. Emperor Hong waved his hand and said, forget it, let's listen to his arrangements. Don't distract him. Sea of Samsara, deep in the sea, above an island. Swish. 3 people and a beast appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang, the Blood Kirin, Tang Hai, and Zhao Tailai. On the surface of the sea, the wind howled and the waves rolled. Qin Feiyang scanned the surroundings, and his eyes gradually became fierce. The Blood Kirin said unhappily, Kid, is there something wrong with your head? What are you talking about? Zhao Tailai said angrily. Isn't that so? Emperor Hong, Old Qin, and 4th Grandpa of the Lu family are all war gods. If they come together, our chances of winning will definitely be higher. The Blood Qilin said. What do you know? Young Master is doing this because he doesn't want them to risk their lives. After all, we are facing the Fiend Ancestor. No one knows what will happen. Zhao Tailai snorted coldly. The Blood Kirin was shocked. Does that mean you guys aren't sure you can win? No. Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Kirin's face changed. It looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. In that case, I will go to the palace and protect the little prince. Veins popped out on Zhao Tailai's forehead as he said furiously, I say, you're at any rate also a divine beast, Qilin. Why are you so greedy for life and afraid of death? Who would be willing to throw their lives away? The Blood Kirin frowned. Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the Blood Kirin. His eyes looked cold, and he said, if you keep talking crap, I will kill you. The Blood Kirin's neck shrank. It didn't dare say another word. Qin Feiyang looked at it, then looked at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. He said, Old Zhao, Old Tang, do you regret following me? A little. Tang Hai said. Zhao Tailai was shocked, and then he said angrily, Old Tang, you, let me finish. Tang Hai stared at him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, when I followed you, I didn't think I would face so much. Although I regret it, I like this feeling. I am done. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. You, Zhao Tailai looked at Tang Hai helplessly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Young Master, I only have one thing to say. Since we are on the same side, let us go to the other side. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked him gratefully. He looked at the Blood Kirin and said, lead the way. What a bunch of idiots. The Blood Kirin rolled its eyes at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai. It pointed to the sea in front of them and said, go straight ahead. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and led the 2 men and 1 beast towards the sea in front of them. As they went deeper, the wind and waves became stronger. From time to time, sea beasts would sneak out to attack them. These sea beasts were at least 5-star combat emperors. However, for a group of war gods, this was nothing. Very soon, a strange scene appeared in front of them. Although the Sea of Reincarnation was full of wind and waves, the sky was no different from other places. The sun was high in the sky. However, the sky above the sea a few hundred miles in front of them was covered with dark clouds. From afar, it looked extremely dark and depressing. The Blood Kirine's eyes became serious. It said in a low voice, "That is the forbidden area of the Sea of Reincarnation." Whoosh! Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and rushed into the so-called forbidden area without looking back. Woo-woo! Crash! The wind and waves here were stronger than outside. The wind blew on their bodies, and even their skin hurt. Roar! Many huge sea beasts roared in the sea. Their cultivation levels were at peak 9-star combat emperors. The Blood Kirine said, "These sea beasts are the demon ancestors' spies." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang mumbled. "Blood Kirine, how dare you betray Master? Master will not let you off." Countless sea beasts roared and were full of hostility. However, none of them came out to block the way. The Blood Kirine was furious. If its sea of qi had not been destroyed, it would have started a massacre. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to it. He streaked across the sky like lightning and said, "By the way, who is the person you mentioned not long ago?" "You really want to know?" The Blood Kirine said. Qin Feiyang said, "If the demon ancestor is so afraid, he must not be an ordinary person." The Blood Kirine said, "Actually, you know him too." "I know him too." Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. This person is Qin Yuan," the Blood Kirine said. "What? Uncle Yuan?" Qin Feiyang's body froze. He stopped in the sky above the sea and looked at the Blood Kirine in disbelief. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were also shocked. The Blood Kirine said, "I knew you would look like that. I did not lie to you. It really is Qin Yuan. How can it be Uncle Yuan?" Father and the others said not long ago that Uncle Yuan is my grandfather's subordinate. He is just a fake god. The demon ancestor is so powerful. How can he be so afraid of Uncle Yuan? Qin Feiyang could not believe it. The Blood Chiline said, "I don't know the details, but I do know that this Uncle Yuan of yours has another identity." "What is it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The Blood Kirine said slowly, "The protector of this continent." Protector. Qin Feiyang and the others trembled. They were no strangers to the title of protector. For example, the fire dragon, the giant python, and the fire python were all protectors of the miracle. Their powers and methods were shocking. The demon ancestor could be said to hate the people of the Qin clan to the bone. But because of Qin Yuan, he does not dare to kill you. The Blood Kirine said. Chapter 1803. What is going on? Qin Feiyang mumbled. Uncle Yuan was the protector of this continent. That was unexpected. The Blood Kirine said, and the snow python of the Forgotten Continent. She is also the protector of the Forgotten Continent. The protector of the Forgotten Continent. Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai looked at each other in shock. No wonder the snow python was so powerful. What about Qin Yuan's cultivation? Is he really just a fake god? Zhao Tailai asked. Of course not. I don't know exactly how strong he is, but the demon alpha is afraid of him. That means he is at least stronger than the demon alpha. The Blood Kirine said. Stronger than the demon alpha? Zhao Tailai frowned. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Master, this is different from what your father said. Yes. I think something must have happened to Uncle Yuan. And no one knows about this except for Uncle Yuan himself. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, No, the snow python might know. It looks like we have to find Qin Yuan to figure it out. But I am confused. If Qin Yuan has become so strong, why didn't he just kill Mu Tianyang and the demon alpha? Zhao Tailai was confused. The Blood Kirine said, I heard that the protectors cannot get involved in the conflicts of the continent. But I don't know if that is true. Can't get involved in the conflicts. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows and said, So, you let Zhuge Mingyang and the state preceptor deal with the Lu family in order to test Uncle Yuan and see if he would make a move? Yes. The Blood Kirine nodded. Qin Feiyang said, You are using Zhuge Mingyang and the Grand Master as tools. Do you really think the Demon Alpha likes them? Naive. The Demon Alpha just wants to use them to monitor the Imperial Palace and retrieve the God body. Now that the god body has been retrieved, there is no need for the Imperial Palace to monitor them. So, whether they live or die is not important. In short, in the Demon Alpha's eyes, they are just two chess pieces. The Blood Kirin laughed. Chess piece, Qin Feiyang muttered and sighed. Fortunately, Zhuge Mingyang is already dead. Otherwise, he would probably go berserk if he heard this. It's just the truth. The Blood Kirin laughed coldly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He felt sorry for Zhuge Mingyang and said, "Let's put Uncle Yuan's matter aside first. Tell me about Ancestor Devil's foundation. Who are the people around him now? How many gods of war and false gods are there?" Qin Feiyang led the 2 humans and 1 beast and continued forward. The Fiend Ancestor's subordinates are basically like me. They have followed the Fiend Ancestor since a long time ago. After years of recuperation, the number is huge. Just the humans alone number in the millions. They all live in the Ancestral Devil's spatial divine item. The Blood Qilin said. Millions. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were shocked. This number far exceeded their expectations. Zhao Tailai asked, "Is it that black castle?" No. The Fiend Ancestor has 2 spatial divine items. The Black Castle is just one of them. The space is small and can't hold so many people. As for the other spatial divine item, it is almost half the size of the imperial capital. But in comparison, the Black Castle is stronger than the other spatial divine item. The Blood Qilin explained. Qin Feiyang nodded. This wasn't unexpected. After all, the Black Castle could withstand the rule power of the miracle. Its level was naturally not low. As for the gods of war and false gods, you will be shocked to death if I tell you. Among the millions of humans, there are 12 gods of war and at least 50 false gods. As for the beasts, besides me, there are 6 gods of war. As for the false god beasts, that's even more than the number of false gods humans have. The Blood Qilin said. So many, Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. 12 gods of war and 6 gods of war. That was a total of 18 gods of war, not to mention there were so many false gods. This is why I didn't want to come. 18 gods of war, more than 100 false gods, plus the Fiend Ancestor. This force is enough to make us die without a burial place. The Blood Qilin sighed deeply. The future was bleak. Zhao Tailai smiled bitterly. Young master, I think we should bring old Qin and the others. The Fiend Ancestor's overall strength had far surpassed them. As expected, this battle would be a situation of 9 deaths and 1 life. Qin Feiyang glanced at Zhao Tailai and said, "The more terrifying the Fiend Ancestor's background is, the more we can't let old Qin and the others come." The Blood Qilin said, "Then, are you confident in getting rid of them?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I don't know. That means I'm not confident. If you're not confident, then why are you still showing off? Let me tell you, even if the Fiend Ancestor doesn't make a move, even if Emperor Hong and the others come, we are not their opponent. Because among the 12 gods of war, there are 2 lesser success stage gods of war." The Blood Qilin snorted. "What? There are 2 lesser success stage gods of war?" Zhao Tailai was surprised. "Yes. There are 2 humans. Their strength is about the same as mine. I can hold one, and Qin Feiyang can hold the other." The Blood Qilin said. "What about the other gods of war and false gods?" Zhao Tailai asked. When the Blood Qilin heard this, he grinned and said, "The other gods of war and false gods will be left to the 2 of you." "Are you kidding me? Aside from the 2 lesser success stage gods of war, there are still 10 lesser success stage gods of war, not to mention more than 100 false gods. How can Tang Hai and I deal with them?" Zhao Tailai's face was dark. Tang Hai said coldly, "If they don't have divine artifacts, it's not impossible. I'm sorry. Aside from those false gods, the 12 gods of war, whether human or beast, all have divine artifacts. The divine artifacts of the 2 lesser success stage gods of war are the same as the Sky Demon Flag and the Qilin Armor. They are all top-quality divine artifacts." The Blood Qilin laughed. Hearing this, Tang Hai couldn't stay calm. If all 12 gods of war had divine artifacts, how could they fight? "Are you scared too?" Qin Feiyang glanced at Tang Hai and teased him. Tang Hai said angrily, "Are you kidding? There are so many gods of war and divine artifacts. Who wouldn't be scared? Actually, you don't have to worry. I can handle the 2 lesser success stage gods of war by myself. You, Old Zhao, Kui Li, the Golden Leopard, and the Blood Chelene will deal with the other 10 gods of war." Qin Feiyang said. "Wait, I have heard about the Golden Leopard from the Demon Alpha. But who is Kui Li?" The Blood Chelene was confused. "He is my subordinate. He has become a god of war, but I have never let him show himself. Aside from us, no one else knows." Qin Feiyang said. "Ah." The Blood Chelene was shocked. This kid had hidden his strength well. He lowered his head and thought. After a while, the Blood Chelene looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "If what you said is true, then our chances of winning are quite high. Although the 10 gods of war all have divine artifacts, my cultivation level is higher than theirs. With Zhao Tailai and the others helping me, killing them, don't say that. It's not that difficult." After saying that, the Blood Chelene grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "It's nice to imagine." Tang Hai glanced at the Blood Chelene. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "But against 2 lesser success stage gods of war with divine artifacts, can you do it? How do you know if you don't try?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Tang Hai pursed his lips and grunted. "Even if you can do it, don't forget that there is still the Demon Alpha. So, we have to find the Demon Alpha as soon as possible. That means we have to kill some of them before the Demon Alpha successfully merges with the divine body. Only then will we have a chance of winning," Qin Feiyang said. "Then let's hurry. Don't you have the Xing formula? Use the Xing formula to take us there," the Blood Chelene urged. Since this battle was unavoidable, they had to do their best. Chapter 1804. The sea was boundless, and dark clouds covered the sky. Qin Feiyang used the walk word formula to bring the Blood Chelene and Tang Hai across the sky like a bolt of lightning. The journey took less than an hour, but with the help of the walk word formula, it didn't take long for a huge island to enter Qin Feiyang's sight. The island was extremely huge, and they couldn't see the end of it. It was like a continent floating above the sea. But there was no sign of life on the island. It was barren everywhere, and it looked particularly desolate. The Blood Chelene said in a deep voice, "That is the demonic dragon island." Qin Feiyang and the other 2 scanned the island. Whether it was the ground or the mountains, it was as if they were dyed with ink. And there was no sign of life on the entire island, including the surrounding sea. There was no other sound except for the sound of the wind and waves. From a distance, it looked like darkness, and there was a sense of eeriness and strangeness. From now on, we have to be 120% alert. Because here, we can be ambushed at any time, the Blood Chelene warned with a serious expression. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai nodded, and good thoughts covered the sky and the earth, covering all directions. Clang! Splash! However, before the Blood Chelene finished speaking, a dazzling sword light swept out from the sea below, creating a huge wave that was thousands of feet high, and slashed toward Qin Feiyang. The light tore through the sky. There really is an ambush. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. He pointed his index finger in the air, and an invisible force surged out and rushed toward the sword light. There was a loud bang, and the invisible force formed by the 4 moves of the end of the ruin was instantly destroyed by the sword light. Puff! Qin Feiyang immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was full of shock. Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai were also dumbfounded. One had to know. The end of the ruin was now a mid-tier divine art. And that sword light, even if it came from a divine artifact, could not destroy the invisible force so easily. At the same time, the Blood Chelene also stared at the sword light in surprise. Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something and shouted at Qin Feiyang, "Boy, get out of the way." Qin Feiyang was shocked. He immediately took the Blood Chelene and Zhao Tailai with him. He used the walk word and teleported away. Boom! However, the aura of the sword light was firmly locked onto Qin Feiyang. In other words, no matter where Qin Feiyang fled, the sword light would follow him. Zhao Tailai's eyes turned cold. He took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Feiyang. He took out his axe and hacked at him. Clang! Immediately, sparks flew everywhere. The next moment, Zhao Tailai, together with his axe, was blasted away by the sword light. His arm was shaken to the point where his flesh was lacerated and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. So strong. This scene made Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai extremely shocked. All of you, back off. Qin Feiyang snapped out of his daze and shouted at Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai. With a thought, the divine dragon seal appeared out of thin air. Seeing this, Tang Hai immediately took the blood Kirin and retreated. After Zhao Tailai stabilized his body, he looked at the sword light in horror and then retreated to Tang Hai's side, fully alert. Qin Feiyang stared at the sword light and waved his hand. The divine dragon seal shattered the sky and collided with the sword light. Rumble. Crash. Immediately, the void here was annihilated and huge waves surge. Crack. The next moment, the divine dragon seal and the sword light collapsed at the same time in the void. In other words, the power of the sword light was completely comparable to the divine dragon seal. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was still using the soaring dragon spell and had the cultivation of a low-level god of war. However, the sword light was still comparable to the divine dragon seal. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the person hiding in the dark was. Qin Feiyang scanned the sea below and was ready to fight. However, after the sword light dissipated, the sea gradually calmed down. What's going on? Qin Feiyang released his divine thought and surged into the sea. However, after searching a radius of 10,000 miles, other than the turbulent sea, there was no trace of anyone. Has he already left? Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin flew to Qin Feiyang's side and scanned the sea below with their brows tightly knitted together. It's him. The blood Kirin's voice suddenly sounded. Who? Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at it suspiciously. Sima Yuan. The blood Kirin said word by word with a solemn tone. Sima Yuan. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and the doubt between their brows grew stronger. Didn't I tell you? The demon ancestor has two low-level gods of war. These two people, one is called Sima Yuan and the other is called Sima Kuan. The person who attacked just now was Sima Yuan. That sword light came from his supreme-grade divine weapon, the Dragon Vein Sword. The blood Kirin said in a deep voice. Sima Yuan, the Dragon Vein Sword, Qin Feiyang muttered. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Sima Yuan hid here and ambushed us. He must have been ordered by the demon ancestor to test your current strength. Zhao Tailai frowned and said, then why can't our divine will find him? When they heard the blood Kirin say that they could be ambushed at any time, they immediately released their divine will. At that time, in the sea below, they didn't find Sima Yuan at all. It's because of the hidden soul stone. The blood Kirin said. Hidden soul stone. Qin Feiyang was shocked. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and asked suspiciously, you know about the hidden soul stone? Qin Feiyang waved his hand and a black crystal appeared. The black crystal was only the size of a fingernail and it emitted a mysterious aura. You have the hidden soul stone too? The blood Kirin looked at the black crystal in disbelief. Qin Feiyang said, I got it in the black tortoise realm. I see. The blood Kirin understood. The Black Tortoise Realm was a small, independent world created by the creator of the miracle. It wasn't strange for it to have a hidden soul stone. The blood Kirin said, then you should know about the hidden soul stone's effect. Yes. It can block the detection of divine will. Qin Feiyang nodded. The blood Kirin looked at Zhao Tailai and explained, the demon ancestor also has a hidden soul stone. It must be on Sima Yuan now. That is why your divine will cannot find him. Heard about it? Zhao Tailai frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, I am afraid this is going to be more troublesome. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked up at Demon Dragon Island. The island was just as the blood Kirin said. It was too big. Facing such a big island was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He hadn't expected the demon ancestor to have a hidden soul stone. Finding the demon ancestor now would be even more difficult. Qin Feiyang looked away and turned to the blood Kirin. He asked, how long will it take for your Sea of Qi to be repaired? The blood Kirin checked the sea of qi and said, I should be able to repair it before we reach the demon ancestor's lair. Very good. I will keep the true god body for you for now, Qin Feiyang said. Really? The blood Kirin was pleasantly surprised. Qin Feiyang said, don't be happy too soon. When this battle is over, you will have to give me the true god body. When the blood Kirin heard this, it looked sad. But, Qin Feiyang said. But what? The blood Kirin looked at him, looking very nervous. Qin Feiyang said, if you perform well, I will consider not taking the true god body. Heard about it? The blood Kirin immediately said, don't worry. I will perform well. Words are useless. I want to see your actions. Now, take us to the demon ancestor's lair, Qin Feiyang said. The blood Kirin said, enter the island and fly northwest. It won't be long before we see the demon ancestor's lair. Qin Feiyang waved his sleeve and picked up Zhao Tailai and the blood Kirin. Then, he flew toward Demon Dragon Island. Soon, the 3 people and 1 beast entered Demon Island. A cold aura suddenly enveloped them. This aura made Qin Feiyang very uncomfortable. He felt as if he had entered the underworld. It made him shudder. There was no delay. After entering the island, Qin Feiyang took the 2 people and 1 beast and flew northwest. After Sima Yuan's sneak attack, he was more vigilant. Along the way, he carefully observed the ground below. He did not find any traces of people, plants, or sea beasts. As they went deeper, the sound of the wind and waves gradually disappeared. The entire world gradually fell into a dead silence. About a few hundred breaths passed. With Qin Feiyang's current speed, a few hundred breaths was enough to cover a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Finally, an exceptionally majestic mountain ridge appeared in front of them. That mountain ridge was thousands of feet tall. It was like a black dragon, high and low, lurking on the ground. Swoosh! Qin Feiyang took the 2 people and 1 beast and landed on the mountain ridge. He looked forward. There was a flat ground in front of them. The ground was full of cracks. The blood Kirin scanned the ground and sighed. They have indeed moved. Are you saying that this is the demon ancestor's lair? Zhao Tailai asked. That's right. Do you know why there are cracks everywhere? It's because there used to be an ancient city here. The demon ancestor's subordinates all lived in the city. And the ancient city was another space divine item of the demon ancestor. Now that the ancient city is gone, they must have moved away. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang scanned the broken ground and said, judging from the marks on the ground, they just moved. They shouldn't have gone far. Even if they haven't gone far, we don't know which direction they went. If we don't know the direction, we can't track them. The blood Kirin said. Young master, why don't we let the white-eyed wolf out? Zhao Tailai suggested. The white-eyed wolf's nose was very sharp. It could track the demon ancestor's scent. The white-eyed wolf is in seclusion, studying the profound meaning of becoming a god. It's better not to disturb it. Plus, the demon ancestor knows about the white-eyed wolf. It will definitely use the space divine item to leave. And if it uses the space divine item, it won't leave any scent. The white-eyed wolf won't be able to track it. Qin Feiyang said. Then what should we do? Zhao Tailai frowned. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the blood Kirin and said, do you know where the demon ancestor is most likely to go? The blood Kirin shook its head. That's difficult. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Without a clear direction, there was no way to search. And if they split up, he wouldn't feel at ease. After all, there were 12 gods of war hidden here. If they were targeted by those people, he and the blood Kirin could deal with them. But Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai would be in danger. Chapter 1805. What should I do? Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead and was at a loss. But suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. Yang Wei. Immediately, he was energized and immediately brought the blood Kirin into the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he formed Yang Wei's shadow and asked, have you seen this person? The reason why he brought the blood Kirin to the Black Tortoise realm was because he was worried that Sima Yuan was still secretly watching. If Sima Yuan was really secretly watching, then Yang Wei's identity would undoubtedly be exposed. The blood Kirin looked at Yang Wei and shook its head. No. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That means Yang Wei must still be in the Black Castle. Yang Wei? The blood Kirin was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, he is the spy I placed beside the imperial teacher. What? The blood Kirin was stunned. There was Qin Feiyang's spy beside the imperial teacher? Qin Feiyang asked, can we send messages to Demon Dragon Island? Aside from opening the teleportation door, everything else is possible. The blood Kirin said. It seems that we can only wait for Yang Wei's news. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The water Kirin and the ink Kirin would definitely take the Black Castle to see the Demon Alpha. Then, Yang Wei would naturally know where the Demon Alpha was hiding. When that time came, Yang Wei would definitely find a way to pass this information to him. When did you arrange for this spy? The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Before entering the divine ruin. Qin Feiyang said. Amazing. I have never seen this Yang Wei before. Is he reliable? The blood Kirin asked. No one is more reliable than him. Qin Feiyang said. Originally, he didn't want Yang Wei to take any more risks. But now, Yang Wei had become their only hope. Fate really made fools of people. Now, he could only pray that nothing bad would happen to Yang Wei. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Boom. At this moment, the blood Kirin's power suddenly appeared. Obviously, his Sea of Qi had been repaired. Qin Feiyang took it and left the Black Tortoise realm. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai immediately looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang secretly told him about Yang Wei's situation. When the two of them heard this, they were immediately overjoyed. It seemed that they hadn't reached a dead end yet. Now, he could only hope that Yang Wei could send the news over as soon as possible. A short while later, Zhao Tailai thought of something. He looked at the blood Kirin and asked, how long will it take for Demon Alpha to combine with a god body? The blood Kirin thought for a moment and said, I heard him say that 3 days would be enough. 3 days. Zhao Tailai muttered. It was a race against time. That meant that Yang Wei had to send the news within 3 days. Otherwise, it would be pointless. Tang Hai said, young master, I don't think we can put all our hopes on Yang Wei alone. That's right. I don't doubt Yang Wei's ability, but Demon Alpha is not an ordinary person. During the 3 days of combining with the god body, he will be extra careful to prevent any accidents from happening. Zhao Tailai thought to himself. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and muttered to himself. A moment later, he looked up at the two and nodded. You are right. We can't rely on Yang Wei. The blood Kirin frowned and said, do you have a way? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were silent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He said word by word, lure the snake out of its hole. Lure the snake out of its hole? The blood Kirin was stunned. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Yes. I have thought of a way to lure them out. Qin Feiyang nodded. What is it? The 2 men and 1 beast were excited. Qin Feiyang said, become stronger. Become stronger? What do you mean? The blood Kirin asked in shock. If I become stronger than I am now, I don't think Demon Alpha will sit by and do nothing. Even if he doesn't show up, he will ask Sima Yuan and the others to stop me. Qin Feiyang said. You can become stronger than you are now? The blood Kirin was shocked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He closed his eyes and entered his inner world. He saw the inner demons sitting cross-legged in the air. They lowered their heads and seemed to be thinking about something. They looked like they were struggling. The inner demons didn't seem to notice Qin Feiyang's appearance. Qin Feiyang walked over and smiled. Haven't you decided yet? The inner demons were shocked. They looked up at Qin Feiyang and sighed. This is not a small matter. I don't know if I should do this. Qin Feiyang shook his head. This is unprecedented. I can't believe the inner demons are scared. Nonsense. If I fail, I will disappear, not you. Of course, you are not scared. The inner demons stared at him. If you fail, you will disappear. But you don't have much time now. Qin Feiyang sighed. I know. After you learn the truth, the obsession in your heart is slowly disappearing. When it completely disappears, I will disappear with you. The inner demons mumbled. Then why are you hesitating? If you succeed and form a body, you will not disappear with your obsession. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The so-called tribulation referred to the inner demons' tribulation. After Qin Feiyang stepped into the war god realm, the inner demons could form their own body. Just like the inner demons of Emperor Hong, they became an independent existence and no longer relied on their original body. However, the prerequisite for forming a body was to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. However, how could ordinary people withstand the heavenly tribulation? Even the insufferably arrogant inner demons didn't dare to face the heavenly tribulation so easily. That was why he had been hesitating. Because if he failed, he would be turned into ashes. Although as the inner demons, he shouldn't exist in this world. But after these years of experience, he had already developed an attachment to this world, to the people and things around him. He didn't want to lose all of this. And because of this, he became timid. Sigh. I understand how you feel. It wasn't easy to have everything you have now. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to let it go either. But you have no choice. You have to face it. Qin Feiyang sighed. The inner demons pondered for a while, looked up at Qin Feiyang, and asked, if I really disappeared, would you be sad? I believe that not only me, but everyone around us, all the beasts, will be sad. Qin Feiyang said. At least you still have a little conscience. The inner demons grinned, got up, and said, you're right. I have to face these things. Thinking back to the past, we've gone through so many ups and downs. What's a mere heavenly tribulation? His eyebrows were full of contempt, and he regained his former arrogance and insufferably arrogance. This is the inner demons I know. Qin Feiyang laughed. I'm really unhappy. I actually let you see my cowardly side. But I swear, this is the first and also the last time. The inner demons laughed and immediately left the inner world. Qin Feiyang also left the inner world. The inner demons stood beside Qin Feiyang, looked up at the dark sky, and said proudly, heavenly tribulation, is it? If you have the ability, kill me. Boom. Immediately, the inner demons burst out with a monstrous aura that shot straight into the sky. What is he doing? The blood Kirin was surprised. Crossing the heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang laughed. Crossing the heavenly tribulation? The blood Kirin was stunned and said in surprise, he's not trying to condense a body, is he? Qin Feiyang nodded. Kid, don't joke around. Although the inner demons condense a body and become stronger than they are now, do you know how terrifying the heavenly tribulation of the inner demons is? The inner demons in the world are all formed by obsession. They are the root of all evil. If he wants to condense a body, he is going against the heavens. The blood Kirin said. Going against the heavens, Qin Feiyang murmured and laughed proudly. So what? When he broke through to the false god realm, he was also going against the heavens. Now, he was still alive and well. He always believed that he was in control of his own fate. He had to fight for his own fate and control it himself. Naive and ridiculous. Okay, I'll tell you. The inner demons have a total of 99 heavenly tribulations. The power of each heavenly tribulation is enough to severely injure a war god. For example, the inner demons is now a beginner war god, so his heavenly tribulations are also as powerful as a beginner war god. Especially the last heavenly tribulation, its power is the sum of the previous 98 heavenly tribulations. Not to mention the inner demons, even a war god in the Darching stage would die without a doubt. The blood Kirin said. What? 99 heavenly tribulations? Qin Feiyang was shocked. When he was going through the tribulation, there were only 9 heavenly tribulations. This time, he couldn't help but worry about the inner demons. What are you afraid of? Even Emperor Hong's inner demons can successfully pass the tribulation. If I can't do it, then what right do I have to continue living in this world? The inner demons smiled coldly and didn't even frown. He directly rushed into the sky and released his aura. Boom. Whoosh. Suddenly, a fierce wind blew in the sky, and the clouds rolled. The dark clouds in the sky were gradually stained with blood. And between the blood clouds, there were traces of blood-red electric arcs. Before the lightning tribulation formed, the destructive aura and the mighty power of the heavens fell from the sky and shrouded the void land. Qin Feiyang, the blood Kirin, Zhao Tailai, and Tang Hai's pupils shrank. Under this heavenly might, a feeling of insignificance rose in their hearts, as if they were ants. Swoosh! Without hesitation. The 3 people and 1 beast retreated quickly. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, shaking all directions. Accompanied by the thunder, the blood-red electric arcs gradually condensed and formed a giant lightning bolt as thick as a bucket. Crack! The lightning flashed in the clouds like a blood-red python, dazzling. Come on! The inner demons were fearless and looked at the sky with disdain. As if sensing the provocation of the inner demons, the giant lightning bolt suddenly fell with a deafening sound. The aura firmly locked onto the inner demons and blasted toward them. At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was in his throat. The inner demons were attached to him, and he was the same. In his eyes, the inner demons were no longer inner demons, but his brothers, his family. He didn't want to see the inner demons dissipate. He clenched his hands tightly and murmured, "We still have to fight together, rescue Grandpa and Grandpa together, and find Mother together. Please, you must survive." Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1806. Boom. Finally. The first bolt of tribulation struck the inner demons. The body formed by the inner demon's consciousness could not resist at all and immediately collapsed. Qin Feiyang's heart almost jumped out of his throat when he saw this scene. He thought that no matter how strong the tribulation was, the inner demons would be able to hold on for a while. But he didn't expect. Just the first bolt of tribulation was enough to make the inner demon's consciousness collapse, not to mention the 98 bolts that followed. Could the inner demons really survive? He couldn't help but wonder. And he could clearly see that the power of lightning was frantically destroying the inner demon's consciousness. Things like the inner demons shouldn't exist in this world. And the tribulation won't tolerate such things that shouldn't exist in this world. Their consciousness will be destroyed by the tribulation bit by bit. In the end, they will completely disappear from this world. The blood Kirin said. Qin Feiyang said word by word, "I believe they can do it because they are my, Qin Feiyang's, inner demons." The blood Kirin glanced at him with a hint of sneer in its eyes. Zhao Tailai said suspiciously, "How did Emperor Hong's inner demons survive this tribulation back then?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Right now, he wasn't in the mood to think about it. The blood Kirin said, "I know a little about Emperor Hong's inner demons tribulation." "You know?" Zhao Tailai was surprised. Yes. At that time, it was Qin Yuan who helped him in secret that he succeeded. But Emperor Hong himself doesn't know about this. Even now, he still thinks that he survived this tribulation with his own ability. The blood Kirin said. Heard. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He also thought that his great-grandfather's inner demons had relied on their own ability to survive the tribulation. That was why he thought that if his great-grandfather's inner demons could survive the tribulation, his inner demons would definitely be able to as well. However, he never expected that it was actually Uncle Yuan who secretly helped him. Zhao Tailai looked at the blood Kirin and said, "You should have told me sooner. You guys should ask too." The blood Kirin frowned. Zhao Tailai said angrily, "I've already said that I'm going to transcend the tribulation. You still can't think of it. I think you did it on purpose. Don't slander me, I'm telling you." The blood Kirin stared at Zhao Tailai with a murderous look in its eyes. "All right, stop arguing." Even if the blood Kirin said that, the inner demons have no choice. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "That's right. The birth of this heart demon was due to Emperor Di harming Qin Feiyang back then. Now that the truth has been revealed, the obsession in Qin Feiyang's heart has also dissipated. If the inner demons are unable to form a physical body, they will die sooner or later. Therefore, this tribulation is destined. He can't avoid it even if he wants to." The blood Kirin grunted. "Alas. Zhao Tailai sighed and raised his head to look at the inner demons. His rough face was full of worry. Although the inner demons were violent and ruthless, there was no doubt that they were very good to the people around them. Boom! Crack! The second tribulation had already begun to brew. The heavenly might rolled and shook all directions. Qin Feiyang looked at the inner demons and saw that the inner demon's consciousness was quickly forming. On the surface, it didn't look weak at all. However, as the main body, he could clearly feel that the inner demon's consciousness was a little weaker than before. In other words, under the previous tribulation, the inner demon's consciousness had been somewhat wiped out. Can they last until the end? Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom! In the blink of an eye, with a deafening sound of thunder, the second tribulation quickly fell. At the same time, in the distance, on the top of a mountain, a middle-aged man in black stood on the edge of a cliff, looking at the inner demons from afar. This man was 7 feet tall and thin. He carried a battle sword on his back. The battle sword was in the scabbard and no one could feel its sharpness. However, his eyes were as sharp as a blade, revealing an astonishing sharpness. He's still in the mood to let the inner demons undergo tribulation. No. Why is he undergoing tribulation here? They know that this is Demonic Dragon Island, the territory of the demon ancestor. Could it be? Suddenly, a cold light flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Then, he retreated behind a huge rock and took out an image crystal. After a while, an illusory figure appeared. It was also a middle-aged man, but his body was extremely strong. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. There were 2 scars on his face, making him look extremely tough. The burly man asked, Sima Yuan, what's the situation? That's right. This middle-aged man in black was Sima Yuan, who had sneak-attacked Qin Feiyang and the others. As expected, the Blood Kirin has submitted to Qin Feiyang. And the Blood Kirin has brought him to Demonic Dragon Island. As for Qin Feiyang's cultivation, it is as the Grand Master said. He has entered the War God realm and cannot be underestimated. Sima Yuan said. This little bastard has hidden his strength well. However, no matter how strong he has become, he will not be a match for the demon ancestor. The burly man sneered. That may not be the case. I just tested his strength. According to my judgment, he should not be weaker than you and me. Maybe he is stronger than you and me, Sima Yuan said in a deep voice. Is he that powerful? The burly man had a doubtful look. You can underestimate anyone, but you can't underestimate Qin Feiyang. And now, his inner demons are undergoing tribulation. If we succeed in transcending the tribulation, then we will be facing 2 Qin Feiyangs. Sima Yuan said. The burly man raised his eyebrows and said, he is undergoing tribulation on Demonic Dragon Island. Doesn't he know that this is our territory? Of course he knows. And according to my guess, he is doing this to lure us out. Sima Yuan said. Lure us out? The burly man was doubtful. Yes. Because he can't find the hiding place of the demon ancestor, he thought of this way to lure us out and stop the inner demons from undergoing tribulation. Sima Yuan said. Should we stop him? The burly man asked. Sima Yuan shook his head and said, I can't make up my mind, so I sent you a message. Go and ask the demon ancestor. Okay. I will go now. You stay put. The burly man nodded and turned off the image crystal. At this moment, he was standing in front of an ancient hall. The door was closed. But through the door of the hall, he could clearly sense an extremely terrifying aura. The owner of this aura was the demon ancestor. Obviously, the demon ancestor was fusing with the divine body in this hall. The burly man was guarding outside. Beside the burly man, there were 2 people and 2 beasts. One of them was the imperial tutor, as well as the water Chileen and the ink Chileen. The other person was short and average-looking, but looking at the burly man, there was an imperceptible light in the depths of this person's eyes. That's right. This person was Yang Wei. The burly man put away the image crystal and ignored Yang Wei and the others. He turned and walked to the door, bowed and said, Master, Sima Yuan reported that Qin Feiyang's inner demons are undergoing tribulation on the Demon Dragon Island. Do we need to stop him? There was no sound coming from the hall. It was dead silent. Let Sima Yuan wait for an opportunity. After a while, finally, an old voice sounded. Understood. The burly man responded respectfully and passed the message to Sima Yuan. Yang Wei looked at the burly man and whispered, Imperial Tutor, what do you mean by wait for an opportunity? You still don't understand? Lord Devil Ancestor's intention is to see if Qin Feiyang's heart demon can successfully pass the tribulation. If he fails, Sima Yuan doesn't have to do anything. But if there is a possibility of success, then we have to stop him. The Imperial Tutor whispered. So that's how it is. Yang Wei pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Then, he casually glanced at the burly man and the water Chelene and said in a low voice, Lord Imperial Preceptor, can I take a walk around? The Imperial Tutor's pupils contracted and he asked suspiciously, what's there to stroll around? Yang Wei transmitted his voice, to be honest, I want to find out the demon ancestor's background. What do you mean? The Imperial Tutor's heart trembled as he asked quietly. Yang Wei said secretly, My lord, have you never thought that we might just be pawns in the demon ancestor's hands? Don't talk nonsense. The demon ancestor is so good to us. How can he treat us as pawns? The Imperial Tutor was angry. Then I would like to ask, my lord. The demon ancestor has many elites under his command. Why didn't he send them to deal with the Lu family? Why did he send you and young Master Ming Yang? Yang Wei transmitted his voice. When the Imperial Tutor heard that, he immediately quivered and said, What do you mean? From what I see, the demon ancestor is using us as cannon fodder to test the Lu family's background. And I also noticed that the blood Chelene rushed to the Lu family. It didn't seem like it was to save us. It was for the space item. Yang Wei thought. Why didn't I notice that? The Imperial Tutor was confused. My lord, think carefully. When it heard the news of young Master Ming Yang's death, what was the blood Chelene's reaction? Yang Wei said. When the Imperial Tutor heard that, he subconsciously recalled. Although I was inside the space item, I heard every word the blood Chelene said. In its words, it was full of disdain for young Master Ming Yang. My lord, to be honest, I really don't think young Master Ming Yang's death was worth it. Yang Wei secretly snorted. The Imperial Tutor frowned slightly. It seemed to be true. He glanced at the hall before glancing at the robust man with a cold and indifferent expression, and then he sent a voice transmission to Yang Wei. What you said makes sense as well. We have to take precautions. All right, find an excuse to leave. But remember, you must not act rashly here. Otherwise, even I won't be able to save you. Don't worry, my lord. Yang Wei secretly agreed. He looked at the big man and bowed. My lord, do you have a restaurant here? Huh? The big man turned to look at Yang Wei and frowned. Why do you want a restaurant? To be honest, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like this. And in the past few years in God's ruin, I haven't touched a drop of wine. I can't help it. Plus, aren't we about to fight Qin Feiyang? I'm afraid that if I don't drink now, I won't have a chance in the future. Yang Wei smiled flatteringly. When the big man heard that, his face suddenly showed contempt. He said, So, you are a good-for-nothing. But you don't have to worry. With your strength, you don't even qualify to participate in the fight. Yes. My strength is not enough, but young Master Ming Yang's death is like 1,000 arrows piercing my heart. It is so painful that I want to die. Facing Qin Feiyang, I don't even qualify to participate in the fight. But if there is a chance, I can deal with his companions. According to my previous investigation, some of his companions are weaker than me. I can deal with them easily. Anyway, I must make him pay with his blood. Yang Wei gritted his teeth and said with a face full of hatred. Chapter 1807. The burly man was stunned when he heard this. He said, I didn't expect you to be so loyal. Lord Imperial Tutor has shown me kindness, and young Master Ming Yang has also saved my life. If I don't repay kindness, I'm not a man. Yang Wei spoke resolutely and decisively, his face full of righteousness. Good, if I don't repay kindness, I'm not a man. Although your strength is not good, your character is not bad. Good. I'll allow you to go to the Wind Moon Pavilion and get drunk. The burly man laughed and seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Wei. Thank you, Lord. Yang Wei was pleasantly surprised and said gratefully. A smile also appeared on the imperial tutor's face. He looked at Yang Wei and said, although Lord Sima Kuan allows you to drink, don't drink too much, and don't cause trouble. I'll remember. Yang Wei bowed and said. After that, he looked at the burly man and said with a flattering smile, Lord, where is the Wind Moon Pavilion? The inner city. I'll send you there. The burly man waved his hand and Yang Wei disappeared without a trace. On a bustling street, there was a lot of people and traffic. Whoosh! Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared out of thin air in the crowd. This person was Yang Wei. I didn't expect there to be so many people here. Looking at the pedestrians on the street, Yang Wei was quite surprised. And right next to him, there was a magnificent restaurant. Above the main door, there was a golden plaque with 3 strong words engraved on it. Wind Moon Pavilion. At the entrance of the restaurant, people came and went. At the entrance, there were 2 waiters who kept sending and receiving customers. They were very busy. It seems that first, I have to figure out where this place is. Yang Wei looked at the restaurant, his eyes flashing slightly, and strode to the door of the restaurant. Sir, please come in. The 2 waiters smiled and received him. Yang Wei nodded and walked into the restaurant. Immediately, another waiter came up and said with a smile, Sir, are you alone? Yes. Yang Wei responded and scanned the hall. The hall was basically full. The smell of alcohol permeated the air, and all sorts of voices were intertwined, making it seem extremely noisy. But the cultivation of the people here was extremely powerful. According to his observation, they were all battle emperors. Yang Wei raised his head and looked up again. A look of shock immediately appeared on his face. Looking from the outside, the entire restaurant looked like a single entity. It was unknown how many floors there were. Only when he was in the restaurant did he know that the Wind Moon Pavilion had at least 50 to 60 floors. This was the tallest and most spectacular restaurant he had ever seen in his life. Sir! The shop assistant standing next to Yang Wei raised his arm and waved it in front of Yang Wei's eyes. Yang Wei immediately came back to his senses and asked with a smile, Are there any empty rooms on the top floor? The shop assistant was slightly taken aback. Sizing up Yang Wei, he said with a smile, Sir, looks like this is your first time coming to our Wind Moon Pavilion. How so? Yang Wei was surprised. The shop assistant smiled and said, Do you know who the owner of the Wind Moon Pavilion is? Yang Wei nodded. You don't know? Are you one of us? The shop assistant looked at him suspiciously. Yang Wei smiled and said, To be honest, I'm not from here. What? You came in from outside? The shop assistant's gaze suddenly became unfriendly. Yes, I'm from the imperial capital of the Great Qin Empire. Yang Wei nodded. Someone from the imperial capital. The shop assistant's eyes immediately surged with killing intent as he shouted, Guards, there's an intruder. What? Intruder? The noisy hall immediately fell into a dead silence. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Yang Wei. Da. Very soon. Accompanied by a series of hurried footsteps, more than 10 burly men ran out from the back hall. Their cultivation was all 9-star battle emperors. Who's the intruder? They looked at the shop assistant and asked. It's him. He's from the Great Qin Empire. The shop assistant pointed at Yang Wei and said angrily. He's from the Great Qin Empire. Hearing the shop assistant's words, whether it was the guests present or the staff of the restaurant, their eyes were filled with strong killing intent. The dozen or so burly men immediately surrounded Yang Wei. It seems that the people here are very prejudiced against the Great Qin Empire. Yang Wei looked around. Even though he was heavily surrounded, there was not the slightest bit of panic on his face. The shop assistant stared at Yang Wei and shouted, Tell me, how did you sneak in? What's your purpose? I walked in openly. Yang Wei said. Bullshit. Our Shanghai and your imperial capital have always been at odds. How could we let you walk in openly? If you don't behave, don't blame us for being impolite. The shop assistant said angrily. Yang Wei smiled helplessly. He had come in openly in the first place. It was also Sima Kuan who personally sent him to the Wind Moon Pavilion. Why didn't he behave? What's going on? At this moment, a black-haired old man with a red face walked over, his expression full of displeasure. Yang Wei looked at the black-haired old man and narrowed his eyes slightly. The aura that this person exuded actually carried a faint trace of divine might. It could be seen that this old man might be a false god. The person in charge of a restaurant was actually a false god. How terrifying was the foundation of this demon ancestor? The shop assistant ran to the black-haired old man and said in a deep voice, "Manager, this person is from the imperial capital." What? Someone from the imperial capital? The black-haired old man's expression changed. He stepped forward to size up Yang Wei and frowned. "Are you really from the imperial capital?" "Yes." Yang Wei nodded. "How is this possible? How could someone from the imperial capital enter Shanghai and come to our Wind Moon Pavilion recklessly?" The black-haired old man was in disbelief. Suddenly, a divine might emerged and pounced on Yang Wei. He is indeed a false god. Yang Wei's heart trembled. Although he was only a war emperor, over the years, not to mention a false god, he had even seen a war god. So as long as the other party released his aura, he would be able to distinguish the other party's cultivation. Boom! The divine might rolled over. Yang Wei's legs immediately trembled and he knelt down uncontrollably. His eyes darkened slightly as he stared at the black-haired old man and said, "You'd better withdraw your divine might immediately, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences later. How dare you be so arrogant? Kneel down." The black-haired old man's eyes flashed with hostility and the pressure intensified. Plop! Yang Wei knelt on the ground on the spot. This also made him completely annoyed as he laughed sinisterly. "You should know Lord Sima Kuan." "Lord Sima?" The black-haired old man was shocked. "It was Lord Sima Kuan who brought me into Shanghai. It was also Lord Sima Kuan who personally sent me to the Wind Moon Pavilion. I think you should know who you have offended now." Yang Wei laughed sinisterly. "What? Lord Sima Kuan brought him into Shanghai? And personally sent him to the Wind Moon Pavilion? You must be lying. He's just a little combat emperor. How could he be related to Lord Sima Kuan?" Everyone was discussing. The black-haired old man was also in disbelief. "You don't believe me? Then you can ask Lord Sima Kuan yourself." Yang Wei sneered. Looking at him, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Could it really be related to Lord Sima Kuan? If that's the case, then this matter is going to blow up. Everyone was bewildered. The black-haired old man sized up Yang Wei and couldn't help but feel a little guilty. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at the dozen or so strong men and shouted, "Watch him carefully." "Yes." The dozen or so strong men nodded. Then, the black-haired old man hurriedly left. The pressure also dissipated. Yang Wei stood up, stared at the shop assistant, and grinned. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of you later." Humph. The shop assistant had a look of contempt. But in his heart, he was extremely nervous. If this person was really related to Lord Sima Kuan, then he was completely finished this time. Because as a shop assistant, he had seen too many people and could tell at a glance that the person in front of him was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Da. Not long after, the black-haired old man ran out again. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on him. At this moment, the black-haired old man's head was covered in sweat. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. It seemed that what this person said was true. Otherwise, why would the steward of the Wind Moon Pavilion be so panicked? "Get lost." Before the black-haired old man arrived, he had already shouted at the dozen or so burly men with a stern expression. The dozen or so strong men trembled and quickly retreated to the side. "It's over." Hearing this, the shop assistant's face instantly turned pale. The black-haired old man ran in front of Yang Wei, his old face full of smiles, and said apologetically, "Brother, I'm really sorry. It was purely a misunderstanding just now. Please forgive me." Forgive? If you were forced to kneel in front of everyone for no reason, would you forgive the other party so easily? Yang Wei sneered. Yes. It's my fault. I apologize to you. But in the end, it's all his fault. The black-haired old man immediately glared at the shop assistant and said angrily, "Are your eyes on your butt? How dare you be rude to our esteemed guests?" The shop assistant's body trembled and his face was pale. The black-haired old man shouted, "Kneel down and apologize." Plop. The shop assistant quivered and hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please don't lower yourself to my level, okay?" Yang Wei sneered. In the past, he was very disdainful of such bullying behavior. But now, he was very happy. The reason was that he was using Sima Kuan's power to bully Sima Kuan's people. The black-haired old man glanced at the shop assistant and said with a smile, "Brother, don't lose your mood because of these small fries. Today, this old man will personally accompany you to drink to your heart's content." "That's true." Yang Wei nodded with a smile, then looked at the manager and said, "But the manager is busy, so I don't dare to disturb you. Plus, I've always liked to drink alone. If that's the case, then this old man will not disturb brother's mood. Brother, eat and drink well, all the expenses will be on my Wind Moon Pavilion's account." The black-haired old man smiled, looked at the shop assistant and shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly bring this brother to the VIP room and treat him well." "Yes." The shop assistant bowed and then looked at Yang Wei with a flattering smile. "Sir, please go upstairs." Yang Wei nodded, then straightened his back and placed his hands behind his back. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, he walked up the stairs in large strides. A mere combat monarch was valued so highly by Sima Kuan, and was even arranged to be in the VIP room. It was impossible not to be envious. Genius memorized this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1808. My lord, walk slowly, be careful of slippery roads. My lord, wait a moment, there's water on the ground, let me wipe it before you go. The attitude of the waiter had also changed 180 degrees. Yang Wei also looked like he was enjoying it. A moment later, the waiter brought Yang Wei to the top floor. "Wait." Yang Wei stopped in the corridor and scanned the surroundings. "What's wrong?" The waiter thought that he had done something wrong and became nervous again. "I asked you if there were any extra rooms here, but from your expression, this seems to be a forbidden area. Why did you bring me up now?" Yang Wei was suspicious. "So it's this." The waiter secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "To be honest, this is the forbidden area of the Wind Moon Pavilion." "What do you mean?" Yang Wei was puzzled. "My lord, you may not know, but this Wind Moon Pavilion was founded by Lord Sima Kuan. In other words, Lord Sima Kuan is the owner of the Wind Moon Pavilion. And this floor is specially used by Lord Sima Kuan to entertain distinguished guests. So, usually, this place is not open to the public, and no one dares to set foot here." The waiter said. "I see." Yang Wei nodded in realization. It seemed that Sima Kuan really appreciated him, otherwise, why would he allow him to enter this floor? He also began to calculate in his heart. If he failed to eliminate the demon ancestor this time, could he take the opportunity to lurk beside Sima Kuan? Sima Kuan was one of the strongest subordinates of the demon ancestor. Lurking beside Sima Kuan was equivalent to lurking beside the demon ancestor. "My lord, please," the waiter said. "Lead the way," Yang Wei said. While following the waiter to the VIP lounge, he silently calculated. After a while, under the guidance of the waiter, Yang Wei entered the so-called VIP lounge. Seeing the decorations here, even the knowledgeable Yang Wei could not help but be shocked. The VIP lounge was 500 to 600 feet long, and whether it was the floor or the walls, they were all inlaid with extremely rare divine jade. The tables, chairs, and tea sets were all made of divine wood. The entire VIP lounge looked resplendent and luxurious. The waiter walked to the table and pulled out a chair. He smiled and said, "Sir, please have a seat. Go to the Wind Moon Pavilion and bring me a few jugs of the best wine." Yang Wei said. "All right." The shop assistant nodded and ran out. Yang Wei's eyes flashed and he immediately closed the door. Then, he walked to a window and pushed it open. Towering and majestic buildings suddenly appeared in front of him. This was an extremely large ancient city, occupying an area of 5 to 600 square kilometers. In the city, the houses were scattered in a picturesque way. The streets were filled with people. Outside the city, there was an endless mountain range, and one could faintly feel a terrifying aura from the mountain range. This is the demon ancestor's spatial divine item, the ancient city, Yang Wei mumbled. In this ancient city, he could sense the auras of at least several million people. Never would he have thought that the fiend ancestor's foundation had already developed to such a terrifying extent. This matter must be reported to the young lord as soon as possible. Dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Yang Wei closed the window, sat in front of the table, and said, "Come in." The door opened. The shop assistant ran in with 5 or 6 jugs of wine. Yang Wei said, "Put them aside and don't disturb me without my orders." "Okay." The shop assistant nodded. After putting down the wine jugs, he immediately turned around and ran out, closing the door. When the shop assistant's footsteps faded away, Yang Wei's eyes flashed slightly and he took out the image crystal. Demon Dragon Island. In the sky, blood clouds rolled and the heavenly might shook the world. Crack. A huge blood-colored lightning blasted toward the inner demons. This was already the 25th tribulation. After being constantly bombarded by the tribulation, the inner demon's consciousness had almost dissipated by a quarter. Qin Feiyang was also getting more and more worried. If this situation continued, the inner demons would definitely not be able to hold on until the end. Because the Blood Kirin had said that the first 98 tribulations were nothing, but the most terrifying one was the last one. The power of the last tribulation was the sum of the first 98 tribulations. What kind of concept was that? He didn't dare to think about it at all. Buzz. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's image crystal buzzed and vibrated. Hey! At that moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes had a trace of surprise. What's wrong? Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. Someone sent me a message. Qin Feiyang secretly said. Who would send you a message at this time? Zhao Tailai frowned. Suddenly, his eyes trembled and he said in surprise, could it be Yang Wei? Blood Kirin, protect the inner demons for me. Qin Feiyang said to the Blood Kirin and flashed into the Black Tortoise realm. Then, he immediately took out the image crystal. Buzz. A shadow suddenly appeared. Who else could it be but Yang Wei? Finally, the day I've been waiting for has arrived. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. On one hand, it was because Yang Wei was still alive. On the other hand, Yang Wei must have known where the demon ancestor was hiding. Qin Feiyang asked, where are you now? I'm in Shanghai. It's another space divine object of the demon ancestor. Yang Wei laughed. Qin Feiyang said, they didn't suspect you, did they? If they suspected me, would I still be standing here and sending you a message? Yang Wei smiled, then his face turned serious, and said, young master, long story short, the demon ancestor's current location is. Without waiting for Yang Wei to say it, Qin Feiyang had already clenched his hands in excitement. However, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! Just as Yang Wei opened his mouth, 2 burly figures silently appeared behind Yang Wei. One of them was a tall and sturdy man. The other was a white-haired old man. That's right. It was the burly man, Sima Kuan, and the imperial tutor. Seeing the appearance of Sima Kuan and the imperial tutor, Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. Although he didn't know Sima Kuan yet, looking at the imperial tutor, he knew that Yang Wei's identity had been exposed. Qin Feiyang was just about to remind Yang Wei when Sima Kuan waved his hand, and his divine power surged out, immediately imprisoning Yang Wei. Yang Wei's expression also changed at the sudden appearance of this divine power. At the same time, his heart was also filled with disbelief. Wasn't Sima Kuan guarding the demon ancestor? Why would he suddenly appear here? Sima Kuan looked at Yang Wei mockingly, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and smiled. Qin Feiyang, let me introduce myself. My name is Sima Kuan. Sima Kuan. Qin Feiyang's face was as dark as water. Sima Kuan said, I guess you already know about my existence from the Blood Qilin. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, a low-level war god with a supreme-grade divine artifact. You are one of the strongest war gods by the demon ancestors' side. That's right. Actually, I have wanted to meet you for a long time, the legendary genius, but I never had the chance. This made me feel a little regretful. But now, I can finally meet you in person. I have to say, you are indeed very powerful. You have already planted spies around the imperial tutor. Sima Kuan said with a trace of admiration in his eyes. Qin Feiyang glanced at the imperial tutor, then looked at Sima Kuan and said, "When did you find out about Yang Wei's identity?" "Just now." Sima Kuan smiled. "Just now?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yang Wei was also very surprised. Could it be that someone had been secretly watching him? Bang! At this moment, the black-haired old man and the shop assistant pushed open the door and ran in. As soon as they saw Sima Kuan, their faces suddenly changed, and they bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord." Sima Kuan nodded. The black-haired old man looked at Yang Wei, then raised his head to look at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and said in shock, "Lord, what's going on?" Although Qin Feiyang had never been to Shanghai, people with a little status and identity had basically seen Qin Feiyang's image. At the same time, the shop assistant looked at Qin Feiyang's shadow, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Yang Wei looked at the two of them, and his heart became more and more puzzled. Originally, he thought that the two of them were secretly watching him, but looking at their reactions, it seemed that they didn't know anything. Sima Kuan glanced at Yang Wei, his eyes full of ridicule, and said, "Don't guess, I will tell you the answer. This restaurant looks like an ordinary building, but it is actually a divine artifact." "What? Divine artifact?" Yang Wei was surprised. "That's right. And I am the owner of this divine artifact. Thus, when you took out the image crystal and sent a message to Qin Feiyang, the artifact spirit of the divine artifact immediately notified me," Sima Kuan said. "Artifact spirit?" Yang Wei looked shocked and asked, "Is this your supreme grade divine artifact?" "Correct." Sima Kuan nodded. Damn it. Yang Wei was furious. Never would he have thought that this restaurant was actually transformed from a divine artifact. And it was a supreme grade divine artifact. "The one who should die is you. I trusted you so much that I even planned to give you the divine art, but you are actually a spy sent by Qin Feiyang," the imperial preceptor said angrily, his eyes full of killing intent. "Humph. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of me working for you?" Yang Wei sneered, his face full of disdain. "Ha ha." The imperial preceptor laughed and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Little bastard, this person should be very important to you." Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly sank. Clang. The imperial preceptor took out a dagger and said with a grin, "Open your eyes and watch for me, now I will cut him alive." "You dare." Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted, his eyes emitting a piercing cold light. "Ha ha." The imperial preceptor laughed again and waved his hand at Yang Wei. A piece of flesh the size of a palm suddenly fell from Yang Wei's chest, blood flowing out. "Old bastard, I swear to the heavens, I will not let you go." Qin Feiyang roared. It was as if the saber had landed on his body, causing him so much pain that he wished he was dead. "I know you want to kill me. But can you do it? Now you can't even save your own men. How is it? Are you desperate? Do you regret it? Regret letting him lurk by my side?" "Unfortunately, it's too late." The imperial preceptor waved his dagger, and a piece of flesh fell from Yang Wei's body. Blood dyed his lower body red. However, Yang Wei didn't even frown, and suddenly roared, "Young master," to the east. He wanted to tell Qin Feiyang his location before he died. However, before he could say anything, Sima Kuan's pressure intensified, and Yang Wei was immediately completely imprisoned. He couldn't even open his mouth. Think about it. The devil ancestor's divine body had yet to be successfully fused. How could Sima Kuan let Yang Wei reveal his location to Qin Feiyang? So, he had been paying attention to Yang Wei. As long as Yang Wei had the intention to reveal their location, he would immediately shut him up. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top mobile version reading website. Chapter 1809. Qin Feiyang suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at Sima Kuan and said, "If there's anything, just come at me, There's no need to make things difficult for a small character like him. Small character? Indeed, he's just a small character. If it were someone else, a person like him would be thrown away like cannon fodder at any time. But you're different. You're Qin Feiyang. As long as it's the people around you, no matter how insignificant their strength is, you will treat them as important as your own life. Sima Kuan said. You really know me well. Qin Feiyang said gloomily. Of course. Although I've never seen you before, I've had people investigate your character and conduct. Sima Kuan laughed. Qin Feiyang said, then you should also know, what will happen to those who go against me in the end? Little guy, don't be too confident. We're not the opponents you've encountered before. That's it. 3 days later, I'll come to find you personally. At that time, you must let me see your ability. Sima Kuan smiled proudly, grabbed the image crystal in Yang Wei's hand, and crushed it with a crack. Immediately, everyone's shadows dissipated in front of Qin Feiyang's eyes. Damn it, Qin Feiyang roared towards the sky. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart burst out in an instant. The self-blame in the depths of his heart was like a tide, drowning him completely. Last time at the miracle, Yang Wei could have already succeeded and retreated. It was him who made Yang Wei, once again, return to the side of Zhuge Mingyang and the Imperial Preceptor. In other words, it was him who pushed Yang Wei into the fire pit with one hand. All these years, Yang Wei had sacrificed too much for him. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to make it up to Yang Wei, but now, he didn't even have the chance to make it up to him. Why? People like the Fiend Ancestor, the Imperial Preceptor, and Mu Tianyang had always been living in this world, harming the human world. However, a righteous and sincere person like Yang Wei had fallen into the hands of evil people. God, can't you be a little more fair? At this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with hatred. I hate this damned God. That damned Fiend Ancestor. Hate him even more, hate himself even more. Shanghai. Wind Moon Pavilion. The entire VIP lounge was filled with a bone-piercing smell of blood. The Imperial Preceptor's face was ferocious as he kept waving his dagger. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The flesh on Yang Wei's upper body had almost all been cut off. The ghastly white bones were a ghastly sight. The black-haired old man and the shop assistant could not bear to watch such a bloody scene, because just looking at it made them feel unbearable. However, Yang Wei's expression did not change in the slightest. It was as if he had lost consciousness and could not feel any pain. Of course, everyone knew that Yang Wei definitely did not lose consciousness. He was relying on his strong willpower to endure the pain of being cut alive. It was hard to imagine. How strong was one's willpower to be able to do this? Even though Yang Wei was their enemy, they couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of their hearts. Even Sima Kuan was the same. In the face of the pain of being cut alive, no one would be able to remain calm. But this person didn't even blink his eyes. This kind of willpower was truly terrifying. Even he, an early-stage war god, was ashamed of his inferiority. Stop. Suddenly, Sima Kuan waved his hand. The Imperial Preceptor was slightly taken aback. He withdrew his dagger and looked at Sima Kuan suspiciously, asking, Lord, what is the meaning of this? Sima Kuan ignored him and looked at Yang Wei. As expected of Qin Feiyang's man, no wonder he cares so much about you. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to kill me, then do it. Yang Wei said expressionlessly. Haha, not afraid of death, you are a talent. How about this, follow me. As long as you are as loyal to me as you are to Qin Feiyang, I will give you whatever you want. Sima Kuan laughed. What? Lord, he is a spy. The Imperial Preceptor's expression changed as he hurriedly said. Sima Kuan glanced at the Imperial Preceptor with an extremely unfriendly gaze and said, When I don't ask you to speak, you'd better not interrupt. Yes. The Imperial Preceptor's pupils constricted as he hurriedly replied respectfully. The dignified Imperial Preceptor of the Great Qin, and now a war god, is like a servant, nodding and bowing to others. Don't you think it's sad? Yang Wei looked at the Imperial Preceptor with a face full of ridicule. These words undoubtedly poked the Imperial Preceptor's Achilles' heel, and his old eyes flashed with a fierce light. You don't have to provoke him. Because even if you lend him a few hundred guts, he wouldn't dare to rebel against Lord Demon Ancestor. Zhuge Shenyun, am I right? Sima Kuan glanced at Yang Wei and asked the Imperial Preceptor. Yes, yes, yes. The Imperial Preceptor nodded repeatedly. You are indeed made to be a servant. Yang Wei mocked. The Imperial Preceptor glanced at Yang Wei, and a fierce look flashed across his face. Sima Kuan looked at Yang Wei and said, Answer this, Lord. Yang Wei pondered for a moment, then grinned and said, Just now, you said that as long as I follow you, you will give me whatever I want, right? Yes. Sima Kuan nodded. Then I want Zhuge Shenyun's life. Yang Wei snickered. You are courting death. The Imperial Preceptor was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move because of Sima Kuan. That won't do. Lord Demon Ancestor spent a lot of effort to nurture Zhuge Shenyun. Sima Kuan shook his head. Yang Wei sneered, Then what are you still talking about? Hurry up and kill me, or you will die in my hands sooner or later. You! Sima Kuan disdainfully looked at the black-haired elder and ordered, Send him to the Demon Pagoda. Demon Pagoda? The black-haired elder was stunned. The Imperial Preceptor was also stunned. After regaining his senses, he hurriedly said, Lord, he is just a small fry, why are you sending him to the Demon Pagoda? A small fry can deceive you for so many years, and you still have the nerve to be noisy. Sima Kuan raised his eyebrows. The Imperial Preceptor immediately lowered his head, his expression extremely ugly. Humph. If this lord had to choose, this lord would rather choose him than you. Because he is more intelligent than you. Sima Kuan snorted and looked at the black-haired elder. After reaching the Demon Pagoda, hand him over to King Yang. With that, Sima Kuan waved his hand and disappeared with the Imperial Preceptor. King Yang, the black-haired elder murmured, his expression was full of fear. He then looked at the servant and ordered, Clean this place up, not a single trace of blood can be found. Yes. The servant nodded. Whoosh. The black-haired elder grabbed Yang Wei and flew out of the window, flying out of the city. Demon Pagoda, King Yang. The servant raised his head and looked at the black-haired elder's back, an imperceptible light flashed in his eyes. He then turned and strode out of the room, returning to the hall on the first floor. Servant, what happened up there? Did Lord Sima Kuan come back? When the people in the hall saw the servant coming down, they immediately asked at once. Nothing, just a small matter. The servant shook his head and smiled, then walked to the counter and picked up a rag. Suddenly, the servant slapped his head and ran to the horse-faced servant next to him. He smiled and begged, Brother, can you help me clean the VIP lounge? Clean the VIP lounge? The horse-faced servant was stunned. He glanced at the customers around and whispered, Just now, did a bloody incident happen up there? Yes. The servant nodded. As expected. The horse-faced servant narrowed his eyes and asked suspiciously, You asked me to clean the VIP lounge, then what are you going to do? The servant said, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I have to go back and deal with it. Help me, I'll treat you to a drink next time. The horse-faced servant's eyes lit up, and he chuckled, You said it, don't go back on your word. We've known each other for so many years, do you think I'm the kind of person who goes back on my word? The servant snorted with some dissatisfaction, then stuffed the rag into the horse-faced servant's hand and smiled, Don't worry, I promise I'll let you drink to your heart's content. After that, the servant turned and walked out of the restaurant, standing in the middle of the crowd on the street. He seemed to inadvertently look up at the restaurant, then sped up and quickly disappeared. Outside the city, the mountains were undulating, and the ancient trees towered into the sky. There were traces of fierce beasts everywhere in the mountains. And they were extremely strong. Even pseudo-god-level beasts could be seen everywhere. After the black-haired elder left the city with Yang Wei, they went straight into the depths of the mountains. Soon, the shop assistant also left the city and stood on top of a mountain ridge. He glanced at the ferocious beasts in the mountains and took out a thumb-sized black jade pendant from his chenkuan bag. He hung it around his neck and entered the mountains without looking back. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely be shocked. That black jade pendant was actually made of hidden soul stone. As for the black-haired elder, after going deep into the mountains for dozens of miles, he slowly slowed down, turned his head to look at Yang Wei, and sneered, "Do you know? You're very unlucky." "What do you mean?" Yang Wei frowned. "Although you saved your life, you'll fall into the hands of the Flame King soon." "Do you know what kind of person the Flame King is?" the black-haired elder said. "I don't know." Yang Wei shook his head. "Let me tell you, he's a devil who eats people without spitting out the bones. Do you know what happened to those who fell into his hands?" The black-haired elder didn't hide the gloating in his eyes. "It's nothing more than living a life worse than death." Yang Wei sneered. "Ah." The black-haired elder was stunned, but he didn't show any fear. But thinking about it, even in the face of such a cruel method of being skinned alive, other methods seemed to be nothing to this person. However, Yang Wei's disdainful attitude made the black-haired elder extremely unhappy. Especially when he remembered that not long ago in the Wind Moon Pavilion, he actually nodded and bowed to this person. The anger in his heart surged uncontrollably. Whoosh! Immediately, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he swooped down with Yang Wei, and landed in a valley below. "What are you doing?" Yang Wei looked at him coldly. "What am I doing?" The black-haired elder smiled sinisterly, and threw Yang Wei to the ground. Yang Wei's body was already full of scars, and now that the black-haired elder threw him, the heart-wrenching pain suddenly became more intense. But Yang Wei still didn't even frown. He climbed up from the ground, and stared at the black-haired elder with a lifeless look, showing an extremely strong attitude. Chapter 18:10. But it was this kind of look, this kind of expression, that made the black-haired old man even more angry. It felt as if Yang Wei was silently mocking him. "I don't believe that in this world, there are really people who are not afraid of death." With a stern shout, the black-haired old man lifted his foot and ruthlessly kicked Yang Wei in the stomach. Bang! Yang Wei flew out on the spot and hit the ground dozens of meters away. With a bang, a big pit appeared on the ground. Yang Wei lay in the big pit, his expression still unchanged. He slowly got up and walked out of the big pit step by step. The blood on his body mixed with the mud, making him look extremely miserable. Moreover, after walking out of the big pit, he looked at the black-haired old man again. That dead gaze, without the slightest bit of anger. It was as if everything the black-haired old man did had nothing to do with him. This look almost drove the black-haired old man crazy. He took a step to the front of Yang Wei, grabbed Yang Wei's neck with his left hand, and punched Yang Wei's face with his right hand. Yang Wei's face suddenly split open, and blood splattered everywhere. "Shouldn't you hate me for torturing you like this? Shouldn't you have the intention to kill me? What do you mean by this expression? Quickly be angry, quickly roar, quickly say that you hate me." The black-haired old man roared as he punched Yang Wei's face again and again. But Yang Wei, like a robot without feelings, did not make a sound no matter how the black-haired old man tortured him. Finally, on the contrary, the black-haired old man was so tired that he was panting. At this time, Yang Wei just opened his mouth, his words were full of disdain, and said, "You are not qualified to make me hate you." When the black-haired old man heard this, his expression instantly became incomparably ferocious. Like a mad beast, he kicked Yang Wei over. "Not even qualified to make you hate me? Bastard, do you know who you are talking to? Do you believe that this old man will end your dog life right now?" The black-haired old man stepped on Yang Wei's chest and looked down at Yang Wei with a sinister smile. Yang Wei mocked, "Then you better think about how you're going to explain this to Sima Kuan." "Ha ha," the black-haired old man raised his head and laughed angrily. To be able to remain so calm even now, he really was a person who wasn't afraid of death. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and lowered his head to stare at Yang Wei. "Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? You should know that the number of ferocious beasts here is not ordinary, and they are also not ordinary strong. When Lord Sima Kuan asks about it, I'll say that we were attacked by ferocious beasts on the way and you accidentally died under their claws. I don't think Lord Sima Kuan will investigate a small fry like you to the end." The black-haired old man laughed sinisterly. Yang Wei said, "And then? You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Smart. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me right now and beg me to let you go, I will spare your dog life. The black-haired old man said. Yang Wei said indifferently, do you think I will beg for mercy from a dog? Preposterous. You actually dare to insult this old man. It seems that I have no choice but to kill you today. Go to hell. The black-haired old man was furious. The power of the false god emerged, exuding a destructive aura. Young master, farewell, Fatso, Lu Hong, brother wolf, I'll be leaving first. Take care. Looking at this scene, Yang Wei's expression was still without the slightest bit of fear. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured with a smile. Sure. However, at this moment, a figure silently rushed into the valley. When he saw that the black-haired old man was actually going to kill Yang Wei, the figure immediately took out a dagger and rushed behind the black-haired old man like lightning. Accompanied by a puff, the dagger immediately sank into the black-haired old man's chi-si. Faced with this sudden change, the black-haired old man was shocked. He quickly turned his head and his old face was immediately filled with disbelief. And with his chi-si destroyed, the power of the false god quickly dissipated. Sensing this change, Yang Wei suspiciously opened his eyes. When he saw the person standing behind the black-haired old man, his expression suddenly froze. How could it be you? That's right. The person who suddenly appeared and saved Yang Wei was the shop assistant he had met in the Wind Moon Pavilion. Faced with Yang Wei's question, the shop assistant's face showed a trace of a smile, but he did not say anything. He grabbed the black-haired old man and then brought Yang Wei to an unfamiliar place. This was a secret room about 10 feet wide and completely sealed off. The entire secret room was empty and there was nothing in it. The shop assistant threw the black-haired old man on the ground and looked at Yang Wei with a smile. It's safe now. What is this place? It's still you. Aren't you the shop assistant of the Wind Moon Pavilion? Why did you save me? Yang Wei looked at the secret room and the shop assistant in surprise. This is my spatial divine item. The shop assistant said. Spatial divine item? Yang Wei was stunned and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A shop assistant of a restaurant actually had a spatial divine item? No. A shop assistant of a restaurant has a low status. How could he have a spatial divine item? He pondered for a moment and realized that something was wrong. He looked up at the shop assistant and said in a deep voice, Who the hell are you? Even if I tell you, you don't necessarily know me. The shop assistant said. Whether I know you or not, I won't know until you tell me. Yang Wei's expression was full of vigilance. To think that someone from Shanghai would actually save him. This was too strange. The black-haired old man also looked at the shop assistant in surprise. The shop assistant was silent for a while, then took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into his mouth. After a while, an unfamiliar face appeared in Yang Wei's line of sight. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure, a rough face, and mottled white hair on his temples, giving people a sense of vicissitudes. Who the hell are you? In my impression, there is no such person as you in Shanghai. The black-haired old man looked at the middle-aged man and said in surprise and anger. I've never said that I'm from Shanghai. The middle-aged man sneered and looked at Yang Wei. Do you know me? Yang Wei shook his head. The middle-aged man said, My name is Jiang Zhengyi, and I have another name, Jiang Chenqing. What? You are Jiang Zhengyi? Yang Wei looked at the middle-aged man with a dumbfounded expression. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. How could it be you? Aren't you with old Master Qin? Why are you in Shanghai now? Yang Wei was surprised. He had never seen Jiang Zhengyi before, but he knew Jiang Zhengyi's identity. It was Luo Qingzhu's father. It's a long story. I'll just say it briefly. A few years ago, I planned to enter the miracle, but when the miracle opened, old Master Qin asked me to come to the Sea of Reincarnation to help Qin Feiyang's mother. Later, when I found her, I wanted to persuade her to go back and not take the risk, but she didn't listen. I had no choice but to follow her to the demonic Dragon Island. Jiang Zhengyi said. What? The mistress is also on the demonic Dragon Island? Yang Wei was shocked. Jiang Zhengyi said, to be exact, she is in Shanghai now. Also in Shanghai, Yang Wei murmured. Yes. When we entered the demonic Dragon Island, we lurked in Shanghai to find the whereabouts of Emperor Chen and Lu Yun. Jiang Zhengyi said. Emperor Chen? Lu Yun? Yang Wei was suspicious. Jiang Zhengyi said, Emperor Chen is Qin Feiyang's grandfather, and Lu Yun is Qin Feiyang's grandfather. Then did you find them? Yang Wei asked. Yes. After we sneaked into Shanghai, we soon found that they were imprisoned in the demonic tower. But no matter how hard we searched, we couldn't find this so-called demonic tower. Later, I found out that the Wind Moon Pavilion was actually Sima Kuan's restaurant, so I disguised myself and sneaked into the Wind Moon Pavilion, hoping to find Sima Kuan and the others. However, in the past few years, no one mentioned the demonic tower, and no one went to the demonic tower, and I didn't dare to ask. So I waited until today. Originally, I wanted to follow you and save you when you reached the demonic tower, but I didn't expect that this person wanted to kill you halfway. I had no choice but to take action in advance. Jiang Zhengyi sighed. Now that his identity was exposed, it wouldn't be so easy to get the black-haired old man to tell him the location of the demonic tower. So that's the case. When Yang Wei heard this, he nodded in realization and said, What about Mistress? Where is she now? Jiang Zhengyi said, She is in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? Yang Wei was stunned. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is the largest trading place in Shanghai, and the owner behind it is another low-level war god, Sima Yuan. Back then, after we found out the details of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Wind Moon Pavilion, we entered the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and the Wind Moon Pavilion respectively in order to find the location of the demonic tower as soon as possible. Jiang Zhengyi said. Yang Wei sighed and said, It's been hard on you. I'm fine, but it's Qin Feiyang's mother who worked hard. In order to find the location of the demonic tower, she bowed to the demonic lord's minions all day long in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Thinking back, when did she suffer such grievances? Jiang Zhengyi sighed deeply. Don't worry, these days are coming to an end. Because the young master has already taken action. Yang Wei sneered. Jiang Zhengyi frowned and said, Speaking of Qin Feiyang, I really want to ask, does he have the confidence to enter the demonic Dragon Island now? Yang Wei smiled and said, Don't worry about this, if he doesn't have full confidence, the young master won't take action, but... Speaking of this, Yang Wei frowned again. But what? Jiang Zhengyi said. The demonic lord only needs 3 days to merge with the divine body. We must send the location to the young master within 3 days. Otherwise, when the demonic lord recovers to his peak state, even the young master will have to pay the price. Yang Wei said worriedly. Jiang Zhengyi nodded. But, although you saved me now, my image crystal has been destroyed by Sima Kuan. How can I send the message to the young master? Yang Wei's face was full of worry. Jiang Zhengyi pondered for a while and asked, Are Qingzhu and Ling Yunfei with Qin Feiyang? Yang Wei was stunned and said, They already met at the miracle, but I really don't know if they are together now, because I came to Shanghai before the young master. Chapter 1811. Hearing this, Jiang Zhengyi said, Regardless of whether they are together or not, I can only send them a message now. After saying that, he took out the image crystal. Seeing this, Yang Wei was pleasantly surprised. You can contact them? Of course. We were all by old Master Qin's side before. What's more, Qingzhu is my daughter, there must be a contract bridge. Jiang Zhengyi smiled. Yang Wei was taken aback, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Look at my head, I forget everything when I'm anxious. That's reasonable. Jiang Zhengyi smiled and activated the image crystal. But there's a problem that I can't figure out. Old Master Qin is mysterious. Does he not know the location of the demon pagoda? Yang Wei looked at Jiang Zhengyi suspiciously. I can't say much. I can only tell you that there are some things that old Master Qin can't intervene in, we can only rely on ourselves. Jiang Zhengyi said. Yang Wei nodded and asked, Then when we were at the Wind Moon Pavilion, did you recognize me? Of course. Because I already knew that the confidant of the imperial tutor was you. But at that time, I didn't expect that you would send a message to Qin Feiyang at the Wind Moon Pavilion. I also thought that since Sima Kuan personally sent you to the Wind Moon Pavilion, you must also know that the Wind Moon Pavilion is a divine artifact, so I didn't secretly remind you. But I can't deny that this matter was indeed due to my carelessness and almost caused you to encounter misfortune. Jiang Zhengyi said. Brother Jiang, you don't have to blame yourself. On the contrary, I feel guilty that I forced you to kneel in front of me at the Wind Moon Pavilion. Yang Wei said. It's okay. After all, you don't know my identity. Moreover, I also intended to act out this play. Because if I had told you my identity at that time, you might have given yourself away. At that time, if you were discovered by the artifact spirit, then both of us would be finished. Jiang Zhengyi smiled. For the sake of the big picture, you didn't hesitate to let yourself be wronged. I admire Brother Jiang's character. Yang Wei sighed, his face full of admiration. Jiang Zhengyi waved his hand and said, what I did was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Yang Wei shook his head with a smile and said, I have another question. How did you sneak into the demonic Dragon Island and Modu? This. Jiang Zhengyi pointed at the jade pendant on his chest. This is hidden soul stone. Yang Wei was shocked. Yes. With this concealing soul stone, as long as one is careful, sneaking into demonic Dragon Island and demonic city will not be difficult. Furthermore, at that time, the demon city had yet to be taken away by the demon ancestor. It was located on the demon Dragon Island. The people here could enter and leave freely. Jiang Zhengyi said. I see. Yang Wei nodded. Wang. In the blink of an eye, an illusionary figure suddenly appeared. It was Luo Qingzhu. Father. When Luo Qingzhu saw Jiang Zhengyi, a trace of joy immediately crept onto her face. However, when she saw Yang Wei at the side, she was immediately stunned and then asked in surprise, why are you here? Jiang Zhengyi said, we'll talk about this later. Are you with Qin Feiyang? Yes. I'm in the ancient castle. Look, Ling Yunfei and the rest are also here. Moreover, we have also broken through to the pseudo-god realm. Luo Qingzhu said. Ling Yunfei and the rest also stood up and looked at Jiang Zhengyi and Luo Qingzhu. All of you have broken through to the pseudo-god realm? It seems that all of you have gained a lot in this divine sight. However, the demon ancestors' foundation is quite terrifying. You must not let your guard down. Jiang Zhengyi reminded and did not say anything else. Quickly ask Qin Feiyang to come here. We have something to say to him. At this very moment, Qin Feiyang had already left the Black Tortoise realm. Moreover, he had already told Tang Hai and Zhao Tailai about Yang Wei's situation. The two of them were also sad from the bottom of their hearts. Although they did not spend much time with Yang Wei, they had heard about Yang Wei's deeds from Fatso and the others. For Qin Feiyang, he had sacrificed his life. Such loyalty and courage made them feel ashamed of their inferiority. However, such a person had died just like that. How could they not be sad? However, they also knew that it had already happened. It was useless to be sad now. The most important thing now was to find the demon ancestor's location as soon as possible. Young master, since Yang Wei said go east, then the demon ancestor's current location is most likely east of Demon Dragon Island. Why don't you go and look for him? As for the inner demons, with Tang Hai and me, and the blood Kirin, there shouldn't be a problem. Zhao Tailai transmitted his voice. At the last moment, Yang Wei had said go east. No. The inner demons have not formed a physical body yet. I can't be too far away from him. Otherwise, he will disappear. Moreover, going east might not necessarily be the east. It could be the southeast or the northeast. Although the general direction is the same, it is not that easy to find a space divine item. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, Zhao Tailai fell silent and did not suggest anything else. At the same time, the inner demons had passed 35 heavenly tribulations. Their consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. Qin Feiyang was getting more and more worried. Feiyang, come to the castle. My father is looking for you. Suddenly, Luo Qingzhu's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind without any warning. Huh? Jiang Zhengyi? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He secretly told Tang Hai and the blood Kirin and immediately entered the castle. When he entered the castle and saw Yang Wei, his face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. This feeling was like going from hell to heaven in an instant. After coming back to his senses, Qin Feiyang quickly asked, "Why are you two together?" "It was Jiang Zhengyi who saved me. Otherwise, I would have died in the hands of this person." Yang Wei grabbed the black-haired old man and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-haired old man, then looked at Yang Wei and said, "Your injuries, it doesn't matter. Now, let's make a long story short. Are you in the demon ancestor's original lair now?" Yang Wei said. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "That's good. Follow the southeast direction and search. About 200,000 miles, you will see a huge canyon. When you enter the canyon, you have to pay attention to the cliff on the left side of the canyon. Because somewhere on the cliff, there is a cave hidden. And the space divine item of Shanghai is now in that cave. But you have to be careful. According to Sima Kuan, the demon ancestor left a strand of killing intent in the cave. He was afraid that you would find it and wanted to kill you by surprise." Yang Wei said. "Sure enough, it's not in the east." Qin Feiyang murmured and nodded. "I'll remember it." Yang Wei said again, "In addition, Sima Yuan is lurking near you. The demon ancestor ordered him to wait for an opportunity to move. He's really hiding nearby." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang, then at Yang Wei and Jiang Zhengyi. "I've told you the location of the demon ancestor. Now, tell me, why are you together?" "Yes, father, why are you in Shanghai?" Luo Qingzhu asked suspiciously. Jiang Zhengyi smiled and looked at Luo Qingzhu. "I was bored, so I came to Shanghai to take a look." "Ah." Everyone was stunned. Yang Wei shook his head and smiled. "It's like this." Jiang Zhengyi's eyes flashed as he interrupted Yang Wei. "Yang Wei, it's time for us to take action. Move." Yang Wei was stunned. Jiang Zhengyi did not explain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. "Well, don't worry about us, because we're safer than you." After that, he directly turned off the image crystal. Yang Wei looked at Jiang Zhengyi suspiciously and said, "Brother Jiang, what do you mean? I don't want them to know about our current situation, and I don't want Qin Feiyang to know that his mother is here." Jiang Zhengyi sighed. "Why?" Yang Wei frowned. Jiang Zhengyi said, "Then you want to answer me, who does Qin Feiyang care about the most in his life?" Yang Wei said, "Of course, it's his mother." "That's right. If Qin Feiyang knows that his mother is in Shanghai, do you think he can still fight outside in peace?" Jiang Zhengyi said. "I see. Brother Jiang is really thoughtful." Yang Wei said. "It's not me who's thoughtful, it's Qin Feiyang's mother. She expected that Qin Feiyang would enter the demonic dragon island sooner or later, so she told me not to tell Qin Feiyang about her whereabouts." Jiang Zhengyi said. "Mistress, she's really a great mother." Yang Wei sighed. "Yes." Jiang Zhengyi nodded, then looked at the black-haired old man and said, "I know, you won't tell us the location of the demonic tower easily. It's good that you know." The black-haired old man sneered. Jiang Zhengyi smiled and said, "Then you'd better be mentally prepared." "What do you want?" The black-haired old man was surprised. Jiang Zhengyi said, "I'd like to know if you can remain as calm as Yang Wei when faced with the fate of being skinned alive." After saying that, Jiang Zhengyi looked at Yang Wei. Yang Wei chuckled, first took a healing pill, then took out a dagger, and walked toward the black-haired old man step by step. Before Yang Wei could get close, the black-haired old man was already scared out of his wits. At the same time, Qin Feiyang had also left the ancient castle and appeared beside the Blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai. At this time, he was in a good mood. "Young master, what's wrong?" Zhao Tailai looked at him curiously. "Yang Wei is not dead. And he has already told me the location of the demonic ancestor." Qin Feiyang laughed secretly. "Really?" The Blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai were both surprised. "Yes." Qin Feiyang responded and said, "Sima Yuan is nearby, don't reveal anything." "Sure enough, it's as I expected. This Sima Yuan will definitely not let the inner demons successfully pass the tribulation." The Blood Kirin thought. "Then let's strike first and gain the upper hand," Qin Feiyang said. "What do you mean?" The Blood Kirin was surprised. As long as I can confirm that he is nearby, I can find him without anyone knowing. And kill him in one blow, Qin Feiyang said secretly, and his eyes were suffused with a wisp of dense killing intent. Zhao Tailai thought for a moment and said, "Young master, if we can really kill him in one blow, I suggest that we don't kill him. We should subdue him and deal with the demonic ancestor with us. Indeed, with the help of a novice war god, we have a better chance of winning." Tang Hai chimed in,